Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, good morning. How are you?
All right, how are you doing?
Feeling pretty good, man, for this Thursday, but we have an awful lot of stuff to talk about, so let's get right into it.
Yeah, we have a lot to cover in, in a few minutes. So, the breaking news this morning is EU and US reached an agreement on a joint statement outlining a trade deal. Apparently, this is a better outline than the outline before. So, I guess it's the next step in formalizing the trade pact. What is changed? We still have the 15% tariffs on EU products, but one of the biggies is they lowered the auto tariffs to 15% from the prior 27.5%. So that is gauged as a win on both sides. We also are still talking about steel and aluminum tariffs. They are at 50%, but they may kind of categorize these and lower some products or other, but we don't know. It's not really clear yet. And the document does still state that the EU promises to invest 600 billion in the US and purchase some 750 billion in US energy sources, but it doesn't really clarify that either. So really, all in all, the big thing is the automobile tariffs. Now, much to my chagrin, the statement does not address at all the relief for wine and spirits, which is at 15%, but they were trying to talk about exemptions. So the EU trade representative who was on the wires this morning said the door's not closed forever on the wine and spirits tariff. So those are still at 15%. Unfortunately. And then next, we had a big announcement from CME Group. CME Group and FanDuel, which is America's premier online gaming company, has announced a partnership. They're going to launch new products for the FanDuel customers, and these are going to be event-based contracts that you can trade multiple markets multiple times a day with a simple yes or no for positions for as little as $1. This is expected to launch later this year. The products will include S&P 500, NASDAQ, prices of oil, gas, gold, cryptocurrencies, and then other key economic indicators such as GDP and CPI. And then further details of additional offerings will be determined in the coming months. So this opens up CME Group to the millions of FanDuel customers. So exciting news for CME Group for sure. Then we had Bullard on the wires this morning. He is up for the Fed chair. He says rates are too high right now. We can cut 100 basis points into 2026. And he does think they are going to cut in September. He finds that the minutes were stale. If we remember, the minutes were really worried about, that we heard yesterday, everybody was really worried about the inflation. So that is what he had to say. Of course, every day we're hearing, we have 11 people up for this position. Every day somebody new's been on and kind of, I guess, auditioning for the Fed chair. We did also hear from Fed Schmid this morning. He said officials will be watching August and September inflation data carefully, and says that policy is modestly restrictive but appropriate. We also have Boeing in talks to sell as many as 500 planes to China. Now, this has been in works since 2017. So we will see if this comes to fruition, but Boeing is up on this news this morning. And then a reminder that Powell speaks tomorrow morning at Jackson Hole at 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
That's an awful lot of stuff, Tracy, that you just threw out at us. I'm still stuck on it. They mess with my Melfi gin. Those are fighting words, and I'm sticking to that. So anyway, thank you for that. That was awesome. We will see you in a couple of minutes here for breaking news. All right, all right. I am pleased to introduce our next guest, Blake Morrow. Blake is the Pip Czar. Blake, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Jim. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. I enjoyed our green room discussion this morning about you are an ex-Marine.
I am. I am. Well, they always say once a Marine, always a Marine, but
Yeah.
obviously I can't keep up with those the youngins anymore. But but thank you very much.
Yeah, I love the Devil Dogs note on your X handle is awesome.
Thank you, thank you. It's being a Marine is always one of those things that people go, "Oh, thank you for your service," and I'm always like, "Wow." I don't know I don't know what I would have said if you would have said that while I was in. So while I was doing what I was doing, but it was always great to honor to be of service of my country anyway. So
Yeah, awesome.
yeah.
Well, I appreciate you being here with me this morning. You know, there's so much stuff to talk about. I think let's just start with the basics, right? So we have the equity markets have been, very bullish for a very long time, very strong. Now we're finally getting some sort of retracement back down. When I look at this chart right now, I'm kind of torn between the sky is falling and textbook fib retracement. Who cares? What do you think is going on?
Well, there's a couple of things. Actually, before I do this, I want to mention something that Tracy was talking about, like the schedule of events for tomorrow.
Yeah.
On the Kansas City Fed website, and this is going to be really critical for your viewers and people, and because we were talking about it in our chat room about 30 minutes ago. They just updated Jerome Powell's speech. Actually at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And I had to go confirm. I'm looking at the Kansas City Fed webpage right now, and this came out. His speech is going to be at 8 a.m. So I'm just referencing that because I thought it was at 10, and they're saying at 8. So it's going to be exactly 24 hours from right at this very
Okay.
moment in time. So I wanted to mention that because I just found that out just literally a couple of minutes ago myself.
Okay, but let's
But
talk about that. Let's talk about that
yeah,
for a second. So
yeah,
the
sure thing.
expectation, what are the expectations here? Are the expectations that Powell's going to do the same kind of, guarded speech that he's done in the last several FOMC meetings, or is there going to be more of a focus on the job markets, and is he going to open up a little bit more?
Well, so that's the expectation. The expectation right now is that he's going to, and this is one of the things that as a currency trader, and Jim, you and I speak a lot of the same language when we talk about currencies based on our background and currently how I trade the markets. The market's coming in thinking that the Fed's going to open the door really for the September cut. But if you just listen to like what Bostic was saying earlier this morning, not just Bostic, the other Fed chair that was just speaking just a few minutes ago. I'm trying to think of Schmidt was
Yeah.
just being interviewed just moments ago. They're both now notably hawks. And we've seen all the pressure. Everybody's looking at the labor data. Everybody's looking at everybody. The market's starting to price in 3 cuts going into the remainder of this year, and so tomorrow's going to be really critical. And the market's going into this with the idea, and one of the reasons why the dollar has been so offered as of the most of this week is because people expect the Fed chair to actually shift a little bit, and I'm not so sure that's going to happen. He's been pretty hardlined, and that's what could really rock the markets. And when you were just looking at the S&P,
Yeah, but
and
I'm trying to get ahead of you, man. I just shifted over to the Euro FX versus the US dollar just to kind of keep up with your comments because they're super good.
no, that's fine. As far as and I because I want to tie this all into the S&P after we're done talking with about currencies, because right now the euro is at a very critical level. If you touch the trend line across the top of those highs, you can just every one of those highs that's on your screen, you'll notice there's a descending trend line that's capping the euro. We break above that, we see 120. 120, I think, is like unfinished business. So what opens us up for that is if the Fed chair tomorrow, so 24 hours from right now, if he says, yeah, labor markets, he just, let's just say he's just more dovish. If he's
Yep.
more dovish, I think that opens us up for a retest of those highs. And 120 is a major, major milestone hurdle, banks, and it's a big, big figure level that I think we could be trading up there, by sometime, next week and going into the, beginning of September, as we face the next jobs report. But I'm not so sure. I'm not going to sit here and be short the dollar, knowing that you have the Fed chair who's trying to, maintain independence. He's trying to, take a hardline stance against the president. And I actually think that, President Trump's comments and his constant trolling of the Fed chair is just it's gonna it's he I think he's gonna get he's getting the opposite reaction that what he's getting the opposite reaction he's intending. And I think the Fed chair is going to be more apt to be more hardline, especially if the data is not bending. I mean, we just saw producer prices, which granted is a very volatile number, but it was much higher than expected. Inflation does not seem like it's abating. And and Donald Trump, as a real estate guy, he continues to, badger the Fed chair about a rate cut because he's a real estate guy.
Yeah.
And the Fed chair knows that if I cut a quarter percent, it's not
Yeah.
going to make a bit of difference for real estate prices and mortgages and getting people into homes.
Yeah.
So he has to set the pace,
But
of what the Fed, the whole board and will
yeah.
be doing for the remainder of the year. And he doesn't want to have to go back and forth, like, cut rates by a quarter point and then have to raise them again because inflation expectations continue to go
Yeah.
higher. So I
Well,
don't know if he's
let's
gonna
go
be
back to
so
let's go back
dovish.
to producer price index for a second.
Yeah.
How long does it take, if at all, for the PPI to affect that CPI, get into the customer pocket?
Well, I'm not an economist by trade, but Jim, as you and I know, when you spend 3 decades in the market, you kind of inherently pick up some of the skills, probably more than some that have been economists for 10 years. And I think that the lag effect is something that it's been really difficult for most economists to figure out because
Yeah.
we're dealing with something that no one's seen before, with tariffs and um, with Liberation Day. And I'll tell you that last cycle when tariffs hit us, um, uh, producers, sellers, anybody that's selling to retail, they're very scared about raising prices. This time around, fast forward 7, 8 years, later,
Yeah.
I think people are more willing to raise prices because they think in their own mind it's not going to hurt their business as much. So I think the transmission mechanism is probably a lot sooner than people believe, and I think that's one of the reasons why the Fed is so hesitant in actually cutting rates at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking that maybe it is a wise decision to wait a little longer as opposed to just kind of bow to this unique political press, full court press that we see going on here right now, which is, I don't like it either. So it is what it is, though.
Well, the Fed is inherently going to be more cautious, and I think that's one of the
Yeah.
things that this current administration is really struggling with is that the Fed is not willing to act on a whim because there are massive consequences in both directions, based on monetary policy, because what it does is it sets the pace for what the direction the Fed wants to go, because they are by design a reactionary institution, and they don't want to have to, be reacting and letting the tail wag the dog, so to speak.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about the my happy eggs prices are still pretty unhappy. By the way, every time I go to the grocery store, we're going to get more into that with our next guest, Josh, who's a farm grain expert. So we'll
Sure.
talk more about that. But let's kind of tie this into the equity market now.
Yes. Well, I love the fact. Well, there's a couple of things I love about equities. Can you do me a favor and look at the S&P and go out to a weekly chart and go take a look for the 2022 lows and to current, right? So the 2022 lows. I think you can
Oh,
go
nope. I got to keep going,
keep
baby.
going. Yep. Oh, right there.
Right
Well,
there.
no, keep going. Keep going.
It's October. Oh my goodness.
Keep
Time to,
going.
oh, I only go to October. This
That's, you
is
know what? That's fine.
okay.
Right where
Okay.
you're at, you can, if you're an Elliotician would take the lows from your bottom left of that chart. That would be your first wave up to the first peak,
Yep.
then down. That's your second, that your wave two. Wave three, which is always the longest wave, that's there, correct? Wave four is the Liberation Day low. Then we are completing wave five, which is very close to 127% extension. We got within about 70, 80 points of that wave five, well, 127% extension. So I'm I'm unsure at this point in time whether we reach one, you know, another 100 and well, at this point in time, about another 150 points higher before we reach that 127% extension, or wave five is complete. From an Elliott wave point of view, I'm looking for a reversal somewhere up in this vicinity. I've been hesitant about being short equities just yet because there are things on the horizon that could actually put us there. One of them being tomorrow, So if the Fed chair bends a knee, kisses the ring, and says, I'm a Uber dove," and we all look around and go, "Oh my God, I can't believe he's doing that," which I don't think is going to be the case, as I've explained to you for the last 15 minutes or 10 minutes. I don't think that's going to be the case, but if he does, then yeah, the S&P is going to be trading at 6,500 like in a minute. And then
Right.
the other thing could be, you put a David Zervos in as the next Fed chair. You guys probably saw his interview or at least read about his interview yesterday. That guy, that macro economist, which is the head macro genius over at Jefferies, he pretty much said anything and everything he could to get the job of the Fed chair. So you want to talk about throwing an Uber dove into the Fed chair role? That guy not only reminds me of like the previous CEO of T-Mobile,
Yeah.
but also somebody that could be extremely dovish, and the market would cheer quite excessively if he was nominated the Fed chair. So that's another thing that could put the S&P 200 handles higher than where we're at right now. So I'm more hesitant about being short at current levels, not because I don't think that we're at a top. It's just I know there's some things on the horizon that could actually put us higher rather than lower. But
So,
at the
so
same,
Blake, real quickly
yeah.
though, what happens after wave five is complete in Elliott wave from a pattern point of view?
Well, we could see, that's when I start looking at Fibonacci retracements of this entire move. I mean, but you start talking about a 24% retracement would put us, somewhere down above where Liberation Day lows were, and then obviously, I try not to look that far out because usually there's catalysts that have to get us there rather than me make an assumption. And that's why technical analysis for me is, what I do and how I figure out, when I'm looking at a
Yeah.
map, where I'm at on the map. But how we get there are the drivers from a macro point of view. Those are the drivers that are going to take us there. And so I have to try to be creative, but to think that long term in advance is more
Yeah.
of a fool's game
Yeah.
for me than anything. So.
So let's shift gears a little bit. I mean, as an old cash over the counter forex broker that I was, and I know your experience is heavy into FX. How are we thinking about these crypto? I'm going to call them cryptocurrencies, right? In relationship to regular currencies, are they starting to become like a regular currency to trade anyway?
Oh, absolutely. I don't, crypto's not going anywhere. I mean, Jim, it's a product of Wall Street. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know if Bitcoin or crypto is going to be the next. I mean, we're talking about the next 3 years with the Trump administration. You have to respect it. You have to, and you have to realize that it's an alternative. Do I think that Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana or Cardano is going to be the next dollar? No, not necessarily. I do think that they've been woven into the fabric of Wall Street enough, into the futures market, into every sales team from Goldman Sachs to Cantor Fitzgerald, that the products are there for Wall Street to sell, and so they're not going anywhere, and they're really technically tradable. But I do think that stable coins will have an impact on crypto, and it will, like I said, they're here to stay. Now, one of the things that happened yesterday, which I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, this week's kind of blurred for me because I took my son to my youngest son, took him to Ole Miss and dropped him off this last week. So it's been a little bit of a blur. So excuse me if it wasn't yesterday or the day before yesterday, but both Bitcoin and Ethereum have hit their breakout points where I call them the line in the sand, which is basically 112,000 in Bitcoin, and it's 4,080 in Ethereum. And Ethereum's been driven a lot over the last couple of weeks from institutional flows. So you can see, previous high, that those are all being tested. So what that means to me is, from a technical point of view, if Bitcoin gets any type of sustained break back below 112,000, or Ethereum gets back below 4,080 on a sustained basis, or you can just say 4,000, I would not want to be long crypto in the near term, because you're going to probably see some steam come out of them. But like I said, Ethereum has been so strong because of institutional flows the last couple of weeks, because of all the the money coming in for stablecoin reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it's Ethereum. The amazing thing, and I've been talking about this for 2 weeks now, is the volume for the micros. I'm looking at a micro ether chart right now in the futures market, and we've been tracking between 100 and 200,000 contracts a day. This is the volume winner in the crypto futures space right now. And yeah, a lot of it had to do with this big rally, but I mean, we're still tracking 69,000 contracts traded already, and the bell hasn't even rung yet. I know it's a 24-hour marketplace and all that stuff, but it's become incredibly popular.
Very, and like I said, institutional funds. It's actually been the leader the last week and a half to 2 weeks, which is not usually the case. Usually it's Bitcoin's running around and everything else is kind of following suit. But you can see that this has been a very explosive rally. The problem that I have with Ethereum right at this moment is, from a technical point of view, the high was also matched the previous high from 2021, and it was also 127% extension over the last year and a half's worth of. I'm not even looking at the chart. I should probably look at the chart. I know all this stuff by heart just because I do analysis for our community and my platform and in the chat rooms every day. So it's like I know the numbers. The previous high from 2021 we hit, and it's also 127% extension. So it's a double confluence, which I know a lot of people go, well, that's a long-term double top. Yes and no. It's just big resistance. I think that if you're looking at a big double top, then you're forecasting Ethereum to go to negative 2,000, which it's not going to do. It's really critical resistance. The highs that we hit just a couple of days ago, which I don't think are going to be breached, by the way. So,
yeah, I mean, those confluence, it's great when I call them areas of interest. You get two areas of interest, or maybe three areas of interest that all kind of correspond to the same place. It's kind of meaningful. I learned this from an old knob trader on the floor, Jack Bros. He's like, go back in time, because you'll be surprised at how often what was once something becomes something again. And he was right on point.
yeah, I always try to tell the new traders, because everybody wants to be a day trader, and everybody wants to live the luxurious and exciting life as a day trader. But I always try to explain to people it's really boring. I look at the same charts. I've been looking at the same charts, same setups for 30 years. So it's not like I'm doing anything exciting over here. But you always have to look left, because all the new traders, they're so laser focused on like an hour chart, a 15-minute chart, a 5-minute chart. It's like, no, no, no. Put it on a weekly chart, look left, go take a look at what happened, 5 years ago, 10 years. Start out with the big picture and then narrow it down, on a daily basis. You got to do it every day.
Yeah.
Keep you fresh.
So I cannot uh, talk to you without asking about the Japanese yen. And I do want to remind everybody, this is the yen US cross. In this futures market, the US dollar component is in the denominator as opposed to over counter. It's flipped. I always like to joke, well, over the counter folks, they can't understand all these decimal places where futures traders are smarter than they can. But so it's inverse to if you're trading cash. Just thought I'd throw that out.
Well, I think you asked me about the yen the last time we were here, and
Yeah.
I think I gave you a very similar answer, and so I'm going to give it to you again, because I think I was here, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Yep.
I really don't have a good grasp on the yen, and that's because I think it's torn between so many different things. One, what's yields doing? Yields are kind of stuck when you're talking about like the tens, US tens. That relationship's kind of broken down. Yeah, the dollar's not really tracking exactly what the dollar's doing. Everybody's worried about the BOJ, what they are going to do, and they're much more dovish than they should be. But you want to talk about a conservative central bank, way more conservative than the Fed. Go look at the BOJ for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, they were stuck in deflation for 22 years. So
It's a matter of honor.
yeah, true. And with the Japanese, of course. But so I think the dollar yen, I don't have a good feeling for it. And I don't think the market does either. That's why you can see this very tight consolidation that we're feeling right now, because we all know as market participants, it's being the push pull is so great that we don't know what's going to take hold. And plus we haven't seen any type of risk aversion in I don't know, 3 years. So we don't know what the yen would look like in the event that, let's say, we had a 10% correction in the S&P. We don't know if the yen's going to respond positively or not, because we haven't seen it in so many years. So I think the market is in a tight, it's in a triangle. If you just look at your last, how many bars you have there, I think you're looking at a daily chart. So you look at the last 10 days. I mean, it's just in a triangle. It's actually tightening now into the apex. So I think there's a breakout, and that breakout's probably going to have more to do with what happens with Powell, and tomorrow versus anything Japanese related. So yeah, you can see it's just tightening, really, really winding up. And the dollar strength is going to come from Powell and his comments tomorrow. Because right now it's been very interesting, Jim. The Japanese US relationship is really strained right now. They were once our friends. Abe gave Donald Trump in his last term golf clubs. But
so Blake, I know, Blake, we are rapidly approaching our time here.
Yeah. So
I appreciate you being on here. Looking forward to talking to you next week. We're going to go ahead and drop your X handle into the chat. Thank you very much for being with us. Greatly appreciate it.
My pleasure. Good luck with the news today.
Chai.
Hey, how are you doing?
What are we looking at here?
We've got initial claims and continuing claims coming up here, and Philly Fed. Survey is 225K initial claims, right in line with where we have been. Continuing claims, survey is 1.960 million, in line where we've been. And then Philly Fed outlook is actually supposed to come in at 6.5. Prior was 15.9, so that is expected to drop. So we'll see what happens. And then just a reminder, we have the next data that we have that will be important is at 9:45, where we have manufacturing PMI and services PMI. So data at 9:45, kids. Mark that on your calendar, because it could be market moving.
It often is that
And
number.
just, yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. I'm still waiting for the data here. Here we go. So initial jobless came in at 235,000, a bit higher than expected, and continuing claims also a bit higher than expected at 1.972 million. So a little bit higher than expected, but nothing out of control. And wow, Billy Fed business outlook came in at minus 0.3. Prior was 15.9. So the business outlook has significantly deteriorated in that region.
Wow. All right, all right. Well, equity markets are, I don't know. I mean, the S&P's
It's
just
it,
not moving very much.
I don't think we're going to get a reaction from the markets until we see a number like 350,000. I keep saying that. You're going to have to see some large outsized number for it really to move the needle. But of course, everybody is watching this number because we want to see if there is a big deterioration in the labor market, obviously, because the Fed is looking at that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, we'll be on our toes all morning for sure because we have more stuff coming in. But we have an awesome guest that I'd like to introduce coming up right now. Josh Linville. Josh is a vice president at StoneX. And this is the first time I've ever saw a title, vice president in charge of fertilizer. Josh, how are you? You got to talk about that.
Yeah, it's a weird title, isn't it? If you had told me coming out of college, hey Josh, you're going to be a vice president, awesome. You're going to be at a great company, Fortune 500 company like StoneX, phenomenal. You're going to be in charge of fertilizer. I'm sorry, what?
I know it's awesome, man. It's awesome. But we know what you mean for sure. It's pretty good. So let me just jump right off into this. We have a USDA export report coming up. It might already been out. Is it already out? It's 8:30 or soon anyway.
For U.S. Fertilizer data?
Well, for the just for the USDA in general, there's their grain export report, I think, coming out this morning. I don't know if you track it at all, but
Yeah, I don't really track those quite as much. We'll spend a lot of time watching those WASD reports. They seem to have a little bit more impact on what the market
okay.
is going to do or not going to do. And of course, that's the one that kind of shocked everybody. What was it last week when they bumped up that corn yield expectations here for 2025 crop?
Yeah, so let's talk about corn. Just in general, what's going on right now in the corn market?
Yeah, right. It's a lot of angst, a lot of nervousness, frankly, a lot of anger from the farm gate. You've got a lot of surveys out there, our own survey included. And obviously, the USDA, the WASDA report last week showed the same thing. They're expecting a massive, massive corn crop out there, bigger than anything we've ever seen. And it's not even a close second. And the overall impact is that we're seeing grain prices down. And that is hurting every farmer out there. And it doesn't matter if you're sitting north or south of our lines, it's hurting North America farmers. And so they're watching this and they're going out to their fields and they're seeing a crop that, they're seeing tip back in the ear, they're seeing tar spots and seeing all the sorts of this other stuff. And they're jumping up and down saying, guys, it's not here. It looks great from a satellite image. It looks great from a highway. But if you start getting out in these fields, you're going to understand the cob is not showing the yield that your numbers are showing.
And the weather outlook is supporting this also.
The and again, this goes back to who you want to talk to. Everybody else has got
Yeah.
a version of what perfect looks like, right? And every place is going to have a different perfect, and you're going to have spotty rains in some places, too much in one place, not enough in another. So again, those that are struggling more tend to speak up more, and so you hear about those things. The ones where it's been perfect growing season, I can tell you that's what it's been here for Northwest Missouri. You just kind of sit back and you're like, another good year. You don't need to, don't need to bark about it. You don't need to get on top of the hill and scream at everybody.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the EPA decision on waivers for ethanol. And what does this mean? What is this going to mean for the corn market in general?
I think everybody's looking for that silver bullet that's going to correct all this. If you go back to 2007, 2008, grain prices in general, corn prices obviously leading the charge, has been relatively low. And all of a sudden, we saw this new ethanol thing start to come out. We also saw this new demand, and prices skyrocketed. And then over the years, over the decades, we've seen these kinds of events pop up, and all of a sudden that's helped boost pricing. And I think right now, as you look at these sorts of things, you look at those kind of conversations, the markets are looking for something to drive the price higher. It's looking for that new demand. It needs something because, again, if we're talking about a corn crop that a lot of people are expecting to be 95, 96 million acres, and if we are talking about a yield that is as high as 188.8, I think is what the USDA had last week, that's a lot of stockpile. That's a lot of inventory. And everybody's magic question is, what are we going to do with this? I think it's what everybody's turning to right now. They're just kind of looking at that and trying to figure out what's going to help wipe this out. What's going to help shorten the supply? Because obviously you lower your supply, you raise your demand. That's that bullish driver we're looking for. That's what the market, the farmers, the producers, that's what they're looking for.
And I remember, go ahead, Jim.
No, I was just gonna I was gonna kind of push this over into the tariff conversation or the export conversation, but Tracy, you tell us your thoughts first.
I wanted to talk, well, this is kind of a shift in the conversation because let's talk a little bit about, well, fertilizer, because that's what you do. I remember, a couple of years ago, we had skyrocketing fertilizer prices that was really hurting farmers. So where are we sitting right now? What does that mean? And then I know that we have tariffs on fertilizers from other countries. So, what does that mean for crops and the industry in general?
We have seen worse prices than where we're at today. And I think this is something we look at that's a little bit unique from other people. A lot of people will look at just the fertilizer price and say it's high or it's low. Well, that can be misleading, right? When you look at a farming operation, it's about inputs versus outputs. And a lot of the times where we've seen the fertilizer price higher, we've also seen that grain price, whether it be corn, beans, wheat, whatever it is, that price was substantially higher than where we're at today. So, yeah, it doesn't make it fun to buy the fertilizer, but when you're making so much more money, you're okay with spending that cash. This is the issue that we're dealing with today. The fertilizer and a lot of other inputs the farmer is looking at have their prices incredibly high, but that grain price they're selling for is incredibly low. I mean, we're seeing a lot of elevators across the Midwest buying their corn for less than $4 a bushel. They're seeing a three handle on that price. And they're looking at their numbers and saying, this does not pencil out. So, of course, the first thing the farmer's going to do, I'm going to cut back my application rates. I'm going to change this. I'm going to change that. So, as they start to look at it, that starts trying to spook the fertilizer market into lowering their price. The unfortunate part is we go back to that corn situation. We start going back to that conversation saying, if this is truly the massive crop, the massive yield that we're talking about, that removes a massive amount of nutrients that have to be replaced, or we're going to start limiting what we can grow in 2026. So fertilizer, it's almost a little bit of a standoff, right? You've got the manufacturers, the sellers, the suppliers who are sitting there saying the price needs to be high because all these global events going on has caused supplies to be lower than we've seen in a very long time, if not ever. And the buyers are sitting there saying, I can't afford it. And so we're in this massive stalemate waiting to see which side blinks.
Well, let me sneak in then the idea of the export import picture just in general for the grain markets. We talk about Brazil a lot. We talk about exports to other countries. Now we have the tariff situation. Sometimes there's a tariff, sometimes there's not. Nobody knows. What's the outlook for how are farmers thinking about this?
Same thing. They are hoping there's going to be a morning they wake up and magically overnight the news cycle is going to start focusing on every tariff in the world is gone, every duty in the world is gone, everything is back to what it was 5 to 10 years ago. And this is one of the things I struggle with. Politicians in DC, when they start to talk about tariffs and these different things on other countries, what's their talking point? We are going to make country XYZ pay us this penalty, and we're going to make them suffer. We're going to make them hurt. And they are absolutely right. If those products continue to flow to the country, there's a check being written out by that country XYZ to us. They are true to their commentary. The problem is when you start to get into a market where we need the stuff more than they need to export us the stuff, to send us the stuff, our price starts to move higher. And that's what we're starting to see in a lot of these fertilizer markets. Phosphate is a great example. 5 countries around the world control 85, 90% of production and exports around the world. We're number 5 on that list.
Mm.
The other 4 countries are Saudi Arabia, they're Morocco, Russia, and China. Well, we've got either countervailing duties or tariffs on all 4 of those countries. And we still need to import products. So our prices move to a premium versus the rest of the world because those other suppliers are out there saying, listen, I've got tons, I can send it to you, but I will not pay that tariff. I will not pay that duty. So if you need this product, you're going to pay it. And that's exactly what we've done. We've moved to basically a 75, $80 a ton premium to the rest of the world as far as buyers, to your point, Brazil, India, because what we're trying to do is say, listen, yes, it stinks. We got to have the product. We'll pay it. So what the politician doesn't understand, it is U.S. farmers paying the higher price to that person who's producing it, sending it into the U.S. marketplace, and then that manufacturer is taking those dollars from the U.S. farmer and sending it back to our government. So listen, this is the type of stuff I've always joked about. If I ever go back to get a doctorate or anything like that in business, an MBA, this is my thesis. I want to talk about this kind of stuff because I think it's a little bit of a missing piece as far as how politicians view tariffs. It can work great in some markets where they need you more than we need their stuff. But when you get to a tightly supplied marketplace like fertilizer has been, because we failed to keep up with demand around the world with production, we're paying that price.
Well, so is this a case where the administration might be saying, "Hey, let's build our own fertilizer industry, right? Let's get out, let's not rely on anybody else. Let's build our own. Let's onshore, I guess they're calling it right now. But that sounds easier said than done.
Yeah, the unfortunate part of it is that is so much easier said than done. Um, the part about it is we are a perfect place to add more production. A lot of folks will sit there, let's just say the environmentalist side. Listen, I have no problem with it. I'm a bit of a Boy Scout in that regard. I want to leave this place cleaner than what we got it in. So I am all for that. But if the world truly needs all this new production, all these new tons, well, we can create higher environmental standards. We can produce as cleaner than the rest of the world. We've got some of the cheaper natural gas in the world. We are politically speaking, whether it is Canada or whether it's US, we are politically stable versus a lot of the rest of the parts of the world. And then we're producing it right here at home where the demand truly is. So that standpoint, I think we're a great place for it. But then all of a sudden you start to think about it, and we're not talking millions of dollars to build these nitrogen facilities. If you're building a world scale facility, we're talking billions of USD. Outside money looks at that and says, I can go make a lot more money somewhere else. I'm not going to get into this weird fertilizer world, this little niche market that nobody knows anything about.
Yeah.
And those already in the space, why do they want to produce more tons and water down a market they've already got good control of?
Yeah, yeah. Weird but important.
Yeah.
We have a couple minutes left. Shy, any last thoughts for Josh?
Well, I want to talk about, I don't know, everybody talks about the oil fertilizer connection, and you see all these price charts with fertilizer and oil that are correlated. So what's that all about, and is that real?
It works until it doesn't. It's the way that I talk about it. It's like a lot of markets out there, right? We can sit there and say, oh, this is working, it's this, until something changes, like, oh, well, it's all of a sudden this other thing out there. Fertilizer is truly an energy. Take nitrogen, for example. It's based in natural gas. It's an energy. So there is a lot of correlation that go between the two. But unfortunately, you can see situations where one completely disconnects from another just because either we're in the middle of the demand cycle and our prices start to skyrocket, whereas oil falls. You can see a situation where maybe we get to where there's more than enough energy, oil, everything out there, but all of a sudden we've had countries like China slow or stop their exports. We're having the war between Russia and Ukraine start to affect Russian export capabilities. Maybe something in the Middle East happens, like where Israel attacked Iran. We lost the third and fourth largest urea exporters in the world between Egypt and Iran because of that 14-day war, 12-day war. So it's one of those things. It's a tool in the toolbox. We're not going to ever sit there and say it's perfectly correlated. It's the only driver of it. It's something to look at when there's not much else happening in the fertilizer marketplace.
Wow, awesome stuff, Josh. I wish we had more time. We're going to go ahead and drop your X handle into the chat. Everybody hit that thumbs up button for Josh. Josh, thank you so much for being here. Looking forward to talking to you again.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Wow, this whole fertilizer world. That's a whole new world for me, man.
I know. Yeah, I kind of got into it like in 2021 and 22 when prices were skyrocketing, and I kind of dug into that area. But fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, my son who lives out in Arizona, he's developing this kind of biochar beneficial soil business. I have no idea what he's talking about. Sounds cool though.
No. And then just one slight correction before I go. Powell's speech is at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I double checked on the Fed, and Blake emailed us and said it is at tomorrow at 10 tomorrow. Tell your viewers I was mistaken. Sorry about that. So it is at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Awesome. All right, very good. Well, Shai, thank you so much, and I look forward to our hot commodity segment later on today.
All right. I'll see everybody in the chat.
It is that time. We have a gray shirt. We have the Diamondbacks back. Pharm is in the house. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Pretty good. I can't complain. Can't complain. Weather's perfect here in Charleston, so that's a plus. Equity markets, I don't know. Not looking so strong today.
Little heavy. I can't believe it's Thursday already. This week has really kind of flown by. So, and it's a big week, I think, for equities, how we close this out. I think today's important. I mean, obviously tomorrow's important, what J Powell has to say, but I don't know. I think today kind of sets the tone into some of that.
Yeah.
So we'll see how today goes.
I mean, do you think the market's like front running a little bit of what they think Powell's going to say?
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody really needed out on tech. I heard some rumors from some people that I know that just basically just one big fund across the pond that kind of needed to get out. I don't know if that's true, but it looked like at yesterday's low, which was at a really key area. It was the same spot that held after AMD earnings, that little trap overnight. It was this weird, really bizarre night, actually. After AMD earnings, we came down to the next support below that day's low. And there was just, I mean, this bid was just merciless, that just was just soaking everything. And then just this monster rally out of there. And then obviously, we came all the way up to the top. So that was the same spot. And it was like the selling just shut off just completely. The offer completely vacated, and bulls just kind of came in and started lifting it. And so, it seemed like maybe that selling it was done. I mean, there was certainly selling during the day and attempts to sell it, but nothing like that, right? I mean, that NQ selling the last couple of days, I mean, the market had absolutely nothing for it. I mean, it didn't matter what any kind of buyer was going to try to do. They were going to get steamrolled. And it just kind of turned off. So, I mean, do they pop back in today? Do they come back in on, after yesterday's pop? They have more to sell. Some other sellers come back in and lean back in on this. We'll see. But very key structural area. And yes, as well. I mean, it dipped just below that, 75 to 83 spot that we talked about from those monthly volume profiles.
Yeah.
But reclaimed based above, made a higher low above it, got a nice rally into the close. And, we're giving some of it back here this morning. And it definitely looks a little drippy. So they're gonna have to wake up soon here. The next, I mean, what are we sitting 87? So I'd say the next few handles.
I mean, I have a daily chart up. I mean, technically, if I didn't know anything else, right, I'm just looking at the technicals. I'm going to channel my inner pit bull and say, it's going down. I'm yelling timber. I mean, this is beyond a regular 38% retracement. This target wick, and I X'd this morning and yesterday, is on my radar screen. This low yesterday here, those target wicks oftentimes get hit. That's it. 62 3/4. Bottom of the value area for the monthly volume profile, right below that 50%. We have stochastics just sloping downward pretty negatively right here. So if I had to pick a side, I'm gonna vote for the bearish side in the poll today.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like a situation where you get that huge rally into the close yesterday. It gets everybody bowled up. And I mean, I was long off the lows. And then, we come in overnight, like you expect, the last few months, right? It's been, the lift just comes right behind it, right? You take out a prior day's high and you just boom time. And, that didn't happen. It stayed heavy up there at 64.16, 64.19, and then got a breakdown. So a little bit of a different change in tone. And I think, maybe some of that is due to the fact that we do have JPOW tomorrow. So maybe bulls are a little bit less eager here, or maybe they're just sitting and wait. They're not ready to lift this thing yet. But I do think today is important. And again, whether we build volume and value down here, or if we just leave all these sellers behind and sort of rip out of here. So
let's pop up some farm charts.
Let's start with the same box that I drew 5 weeks ago or whatever, right? Because I think it still holds. We've come down. You'll recall that major gap we had that spanned 63.11 half to 63.58 and a quarter. Yesterday's low just sort of above that 58 spot. I really like that 58 spot. I'm using 53 to 57, just kind of tweaked it a little bit, but that general range, I mean, if they want to sweep out yesterday's low and reclaim it and try to work back up these levels again, I think that would be okay. I think below that spot, you have some trouble. I mean, that 33 half spot has been just been insane, really. I mean, this bid that came in, and really any dip on the way back up, any dip below there was aggressively snapped up. You're going to need to see that continue if we see that. I mean, otherwise, if we're offering, I mean, we get back to the same situation. I mean, if we're offering 50s, 63.50s on ES, then you start to look at, the full rotation down on this box, which again, sort of had to stay in the back of your mind regardless. So, I mean, you can look for higher lows in here. It is a bullish structure. Clearly, we're coming off the highest high. So bulls are going to look for that daily higher low and not expect a full traverse of this range. But again, back of mind, it's got to be there. So we got to see some strength from bulls. And usually what happens is, the first day where we take out a prior day high and overlap, at least overlap value higher, usually that's game over. In a bullish trend and like a bullish high time frame trend, when you're in a short time frame downtrend, hourly downtrend, 30-minute downtrend, however you look at it, lower highs, lower lows, it's usually once you just shift that trend, it's game over, and that's your daily higher low, and it's moonshot. Well, buyers haven't quite gotten there yet. And so I focus in on this volume profile, and we talked about this yesterday, maybe the day before, I don't recall even. Okay, so we've broken away from this volume from the last 2 weeks that's sitting up here, and we've left it trapped overhead. And NQ just way more damage and volume overhead at this point. It's huge difference. But even ES has, right? So we've taken out a prior week low. That's, checkbox number one for sellers. They've at least technically neutralized, that weekly trend. But you'll see that a lot in bullish trends as well, where you'll come in and you'll take out a prior week's low and then just rip directly out of there and proceed the uptrend. And so the key to shifting that tone is, do you actually establish value down here relative to the prior week? And that's what a lot of today is about. And that's why I feel like today sets the tone for tomorrow, because if we're just building out volume below 64.31 to 35 is a spot that I kind of said I wanted to see that volume built lower. But I think that actually puts some pressure on bulls into tomorrow and into next week. So this was a situation where I felt like bulls probably needed to, and I mean, the day hasn't even opened yet, right? Lift this directly out of here and lift that 64.31, 35. Because now here we are getting sucked back to, this 75 to 83 spot. And, you saw it on your monthly profiles. It's pretty clean rotations in between those spots. So very big day for bulls today. They're going to either need to bid these 83s, this area. Maybe we sweep out this pullback low from yesterday and then start to rally, or they're going to be at risk if they lose that 75 to 83. We're coming through yesterday's low. And that can be problematic if it's not just a quick trap, like I said, into that, say 53 to 57 spot. So I would be watching this very, very closely here for a reaction. Again, especially after maybe have we taken this yet? We took it by a tick. So now my eyes are open to start to see, if any kind of bid comes in here in this range.
Yeah, I mean, this morning I looked up, I like to look at some of these gamma levels and some of the Menthor Q levels. They do have that measurement called the 1-day max and the 1-day min. And when I see that 1-day min exactly lining up with yesterday's low wick, I'm like excited, right? It's like, okay, it's game on. I got some confluence here in some of my data sources. Maybe that'll be a good kind of capture, and then to get a sweep back up. But that's just on my radar. That's what I'm thinking in the back of my head here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean this 92 to 96 spot. I mean, ES is just very slowly starting to mirror some of what NQ did, right? We talked about that on NQ, the 23,880s basically. That again, Stowe was buying from above correctly, just over and over and over again. It was hilarious, and it just worked every time. Once that went offer, yikes, right? I mean, we dropped almost 900 handles basically from that, and ES is slowly starting to mirror some of that by, breaking that, I guess it was a 4-ish day balance to the downside up there at the 6460s. We get some weakness off that. There's no surprise. It's time for bulls to wake up like in the last 4 minutes here. Like I'll give 4 minutes, right? Can they just do this while we're talking? Just kind of step in real quick here. Maybe one push lower and just lift this, but they're going to have to rotate this back towards, this 8.5 to 11. 8.5 was the breakout day last Tuesday, was it? The big breakout. That was the low of that day. And so now trapped below here. We have completely negated that breakout. So it does put that entire move at risk. That's what needs to be negated now. On the flip side, bulls need to come back and they need to wake up around these low 80s, and they need to lift it at least through 8.5 to 11. But this 16 to 19 has been very, very tricky. And then you've got confluence with SPX 6400 and that kind of same spot. So, big day for bulls. I think for once, it's kind of on them to prove things a little bit. So, again, we haven't traded a single minute of cash, but drink your coffee right about now, bulls.
Well, and we're in a dip buying culture these days, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, we have definitely been trained to buy the dip, but I mean that makes sense for the most part, right? Markets go up and to the right, but certainly since those April lows, I mean, it's just been. I mean, we haven't had any kind of real meaningful pullback. What's the biggest? I don't know, 3.5% or something on ES maybe. It has very much been rewarded to buy those dips, and natural for that tendency to play in here today, and that'll still be my tendency certainly down here in these lows. And if we can finally lift through 16 to 19 and really 31 to 35, I'm going to be a little bit more cautious again, particularly into next week. If we're just building volume lower. I mean, if you just look at a legged profile off the high on NQ and work it forward, just a custom range, same type of thing on ES. I mean, we still continue for now to build out volume, lower and lower, and that certainly favors bears and not bulls. And it's time for bulls to step in here and negate it.
Yeah, and you mentioned volume. I mean, even the S&P is tracking what 123,000 contracts so far. Yesterday, we also started off pretty strong on volume. We're tracking about, on a volume point of view for the ES, about 137% of what it's been at this time of day over the last 8 sessions. And so one might think, well, we're coming into August, the doldrums of end of August, but there's some folks that are showing up to trade.
Yeah, and we'll just continue to see more of that in September. And you figure, I mean, Jackson Hole's a big deal. I mean, maybe we've made too big of a deal of it this year, but still there is going to be big money that's waiting to make their decisions until they sort of get a little bit more clarity on what the future looks like with respect to that. And, obviously PPI was kind of a disaster. Jobs market has stayed somewhat resilient, yet we continue to price in cuts as if like this market needs cuts to rally, right? We'll see what he has to say and what the market thinks of it. And if we see some like meaningful weakness and actually go look to make a weekly higher low over the next few weeks, it sounds like a gift to me. So, I'm here for that if that's the way we go.
All right, last question. I know we got to roll. We're out of time, but do the Diamondbacks have any chance of catching those Southern California teams, the Padres or the Dodgers?
I've barely paid attention to them anymore. So I'm going to say no, because there's a reason I haven't paid much attention. They just haven't put a whole lot into the team in a long time. And if they don't show interest, I don't show interest. So.
All right. Well, ditto. Any event, awesome talking to you, Pharm. Appreciate you as usual. It is Thursday, so I will not see you tomorrow, but I will see you on Monday. So have a great weekend.
You have a great weekend, Jim.
All right. Appreciate you, man. All right. It is that time to trade the open, and we have both Nick Furtick and Trading Box's Chris with us. Let's do this. Good morning, gentlemen. How's everybody feeling this morning?
Oh, good morning, Jim. Good morning,
Hey,
Chris.
Jim. Hey, Nick.
Guys are looking good, man. Looking good. What are you guys thinking about today's move so far?
Well, it's lower. The first time we're not buying back after, a 1 or 2 day pullback. So, I think we've seen a multi-week top. I think I shared last week the trend sequence that I follow on the daily and weekly, and I was sharing how we were at that point where we could see that pullback, and we're seeing it now. So I think from a weekly perspective, it's time for a weekly consolidation, and we're seeing that now.
Got it. That makes sense. How you feeling about it, Nick?
Well, after trading the close yesterday and kind of sitting on my hands a little bit, we basically just consolidated most of the overnight and are now kind of heading back to at least a spot on NQ where buyers were stepping in and defending. ES, the same thing, kind of around last week's lows. So this is a spot where I would say buyers need to defend, or we're probably going to go retest the lows from yesterday. So I'm going to be a little patient off the open. I think with Jay Powell's last, or most likely his last Jackson Hole speech tomorrow, I don't know how much of a range extension we may get. Are we going to be just kind of battling around the value area from yesterday before a decision is really made? So I don't know how much I'm really looking to do today. I think I may potentially wait and kind of see how things shake out and what we are looking kind of coming out of that speech tomorrow.
So that's certainly highly anticipated for sure. But the last three have been highly anticipated, and he stuck to the script all three times. So I don't know.
I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm going to kind of wait and see. I'm not planning to get a little crazy this morning. I kind of want to see how things shake out, at least during kind of initial balance, and kind of go from there.
All right, sounds good. Well, listen, you guys, greatly appreciate you being here with us early this morning to trade the open. I'm going to dip over into the chat. Wishing you guys the best of luck today.
Later, Jim. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, Nick, just you and I.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Chris?
Good. How about you?
Good. You and I haven't gotten to hang out with each other for a little while, so this is cool.
I know. Let's see what we get. I'm possibly looking for a higher low here. Let me see. ES is at prior week lows, NQ's at prior all-time highs, and these are both pivots that I'm looking at. But I mean, it is, the market's down. I typically share on Thursday, say my sort of trade plan for NQ. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna
go for it.
We have some time here. So guys, and good morning, chat. I'll say good morning to you guys in a bit. Emilio, I already see you. Ben, Juan Gabriel. All right, so I'm just gonna go over NQ here. ES will follow something similar. In NQ, we were in this 4-hour 90-minute downtrend. We broke out of this consolidation here, and we just started moving lower. Yesterday, I got short pre-market right at those highs. What was my entry? I mean, I just rode that all day. I still have partials on my swing account, but I took that, I think 770s. No, around 420 yesterday. So we're in this 4-hour 90-minute lower low, lower high downtrend. As you guys know, for those following along, the 90-minute downtrend is mostly over. We're potentially moving now here to either seek a higher low, and that can be at the prior all-time high area, which I have not highlighted here, but that's at 222. Or we move lower and attempt a deep higher low, or take out prior day low and then attempt to see if we can bounce. But from a trend perspective on the 4-hour, we're sort of at that spot where the initial downtrend has ended, and we can possibly now see an inside day, which is why I think that potential higher low possibility can happen as we prepare for tomorrow. If we are seeing a lot of selling pressure coming into tomorrow, then I would imagine that we need to see how prior day low holds. If we can hold and form acceptance, break lower, or reverse back up. So from a 4-hour perspective, it's sort of like an in-between area, because we don't know, the trend structure has sort of ended, and now we need to see if there's going to be another additional follow through or not. On the hourly here, which is this consolidation here that you see here, is a 50 EMA wedge, which is the internal consolidation of that 4-hour overnight structure that we were in. And we recently broke out of this lower, and we're now attempting a hourly 9 EMA lower low, lower high, which is lower low, lower high, etc. So we're attempting, I think we're getting that bounce I wanted. Yeah. Oh, well, I missed the entry. We'll see if it holds or not. But we're into that prior all-time high area. You know, the idea here is that if we can hold here, there's a possibility that we can create the lower low here, bounce into the 9 EMA on the hourly, maybe into that 280 zone, which has been a good zone over the last few weeks, and either find resistance again there, or we reclaim and then attempt to move back up into London's high, overnight highs at 360s. That would be sort of like the bullish scenario if we are to be range bound for tomorrow's event. And then, of course, reject there, because that's massive resistance. That's the same area as ES at 64, 18s, 20s. If you guys remember that from this prior 2-week consolidation, it was a pretty strong resistance that when it broke out, we just went straight up. And now we try to hold it the last 2 days, broke below it. We back tested it yesterday on that bounce, and we're rejecting back from there. So that is the main line in the sand for bulls and bears. If we can reclaim that, buyers are back in control. Until then, sellers have the upper hand. So that would be for NQ 360. But it all starts with us holding 222, which we're doing right now, and then reclaiming 280s. If we cannot bounce from here and form acceptance here at 200, 220s, then that opens up for a move lower into 130s, which is the next support area that I have, where we can see a higher low here and bounce, or form acceptance and then commit to that move lower to prior day low, and either, you know, look to see if there's some sort of failed breakdown, or we are just going to keep selling lower. But I think right now, because of the event that we have tomorrow, and because of the 4-hour, right, the 4-hour has confirmed sort of that the downtrend is ending, and now we're in this waiting period where we're consolidating. It makes just sense from a technical perspective and a maybe economical or event perspective that we should be range bound. So if we're going to be range bound, I want to be looking at bullish reversals here at this prior all-time highs. I missed my entry. This would have been my 9 MA lower high entry, as you guys know, and then I would just be in this reversal. I did take an earlier reversal right after the news spike at 8:30, but I closed that out. It hit 1R. I didn't take partials. I closed it out to continue writing my plan for this morning, but now we're getting that reversal that I was looking for, and we'll just see if you guys are in it. Awesome. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens next. You trade the pre-market at all, Nick, or no?
Pretty rarely for me. I've lost more money in the overnight session, the pre-market than I ever do during RTH. Like historically, Chris, I'm a red trader outside of the RTH open to RTH close. So it's not necessarily a time that I want to really put on a ton of risk. I guess with just my style and obviously with what me and some of the guys do with things like order flow, it's just you kind of need the real volume for certain things to work out the way they need to. So for me, I've tried to avoid it. Yes, I do throw on a little risk here and there if something does present itself, or if we're just at a level that makes a lot of sense to at least kind of build into something. But for the most part, yeah, I don't love entering like right before the open and then potentially just getting pushed around by the larger players that may be coming in at the bell. So usually just stay away. But I do like this little bounce we're getting kind of off that the 200s, 210 spot in NQ and ES kind of holding so far above last week's lows at 87. So we'll see how this shakes out into the open here in about 20 minutes. But yeah, I would very much like to see some aspect of a rotation back up towards the 6400s to give me signs of life from some buyers, or are we just going to go retest those lows?
Yeah, let's see now what happens.
Yeah, the spot I'm going to be watching, at least off the open, is do we get a reaction somewhere around that August open around 300s? Yesterday, it was acting as a lot of resistance for the initial kind of move off the lows, and then eventually, obviously, during power hour, we kind of just left it behind and took off, and we're making a run at Stowe's level at 420. So we'll see if we get any sort of move back above 300s, but for the most part, yeah, I'm kind of, well, not necessarily shocked by this from the overnight, but just been kind of a slow grind down since what, the London Open pretty much.
Yeah, we couldn't reclaim that resistance and just eventually broke back down.
Yeah, usually the pre-market for me is kind of just enjoying my caffeine, staring at the charts, just trying to get my lay of the land of what happened in the overnight, since I've gotten, I don't know if I want to say more mature in my trading, but I've just gotten to a point where unless we're actually moving, unless there is some sort of catalyst, post RTH close that I should be paying attention to, I kind of just let the overnight let Asia and London do their thing, and just kind of get to my desk. 7 a.m., 7:30, sometimes later. Depends. Some days I enjoy taking the 9-month-old on a walk and actually even missing the RTH Open and kind of just seeing how things settle in the first 30 or so minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's say good morning, everybody. Gary.
Yeah, good morning, chat.
Yeah, Gary in the house.
This is in fact a University of Arizona hat. I am a proud alumni of the Harvard of the West. That is the University of Arizona Wildcats.
I was just in Arizona. I was in Sedona 2 weekends ago.
So Sedona is like like my happy place. I got married there.
Oh, really?
2023. Yeah, my wife and I have always loved it. Same thing. When we're both U of A alumni, so we had spent a number of weekend trips hiking up there. So we decided that was the great place to do a nice little destination wedding. And if you've never been, I mean, Chris obviously just went, but it's an amazing place. There is truly something there about and I'm not trying to get all crunchy on everybody, but the energy vortexes, like there's just like a sense of peace that I always feel when I'm there. So highly recommend it if you have not gone hiking there.
Aaron, morning. There's a lot of people in here. Bren, good morning. Always good to see you. Thanks, Mike. Mark, how's the 4th hour trend ending? Can you explain by that? I did. I would suggest to review back what I said. From the trend structure that I follow, we had two lower lows, lower highs, and from here we typically can't see a last third lower low, but typically when that trend ends, we start a consolidation, which is again maybe from how you view the 4 hour, it may not be ending, but the trend structure that I follow and that I share here, we've sort of ended that initial move lower into that support that we hit yesterday. Really, the whole market. I mean, semis. Do you swing trade, Nick, or just day trade?
I have not been swing trading
No,
this year.
you have to, my guy. It's so
I know.
many big moves happening.
I know. One of these days, I'm going to get back into it. I did it a lot more when I first started trading futures. Like I would throw in a couple micros and try to capture a wider move. But for some reason, I kind of got away from it. And I express them every once in a while with some longer dated options and things. But for the most part, yeah, I've been staying away. And part of it was last time I tried to attempt one, I was in and out in a couple hours in gold, down from 2500s. And it moved about 30 points or so. And I was like, you know what, that's good enough. And there's a reason for that. But ever since then, I have not really been trying to express too many swing trades.
Yeah, I suggest it. I was telling Leo about it. I'm like, your opening range, that 50% back test, that's a really good trade to leverage into a multi-day swing. Like yesterday's, that was a perfect, setup for him.
Mm-hmm.
I took something similar and I'm still short in my swing account. But it's so amazing just to swing, especially when you're in a bull market. I mean, you have all these technology stocks that are going higher. Why would I not have NQ as a swing long as well?
What's funny is we were around like we were finally like poking above 5,000 again, like post good time to buy day or right before that. And I was like, maybe this is the time to throw on a few MES and just kind of ride it. I'm like, that's a great price. Like I was buying like SPY and VU and in my my self-managed retirement. And I was thinking like, if I'm going to do that, you might as well throw on a few micros. And if it goes against me, it goes against me. And I exit, like no big deal. But I don't know why I don't do that sometimes.
It takes time. It'll come. All right, let's see. I swing trade stocks too. And they help me have an idea of what sort of ES and NQ are looking to do. And so far, semiconductors did come into a support area. We're holding. So we'll see what happens if we can create that higher low here. I think for me, guys, you guys know my sort of trend structure perspective. I think if ES can hold this prior week low, reclaim 93 zone, this yellow zone here on above us, and then NQ hold this 222, which is prior all-time high. Really like 200, 220. So we can hold that. We can attempt a bounce back up into 280s and then try and reclaim that. I would be long here. We did back test the entry, but I don't want to put on a fresh long on the back test when it already had that initial move and it hit the area where I was looking to take partials. So if I would have been in this long, I would just be half of my size left. And it's much better than putting on a new long here as we wait for the open. We'll see what happens here. What's everybody doing? You guys catch any of the short on the overnight drop? Could I explain the entry? Yeah, I explain it every week. You're here with us every week, my friend. I know you're here. It's so you had this consolidation on the 2-minute, and then we broke down and started a new 90-minute lower low, lower high downtrend, lower low, lower high, lower low. On the reversal of that, we created that lower high and then reclaimed it and moved up higher. So my entry is always at the where the 9 MA downtrend ends, that series of lower low, lower highs, and then on the reclaim of the last lower high, that is my entry because I want it to get in when there's that change in trend structure, right? From a lower low, lower high to a higher high, higher low. So I want to be there, and then I'll put my stop at the lows. And even though I don't know if it's the same with you, Nick, but I find that with Stowe, a lot of our entries are maybe within like 10 points of each other. And it's funny because we have different approaches, but we're somehow in the same trade. Do you trade the same as Stowe? You're looking at those edges to get long or short?
It's probably slightly different than Stowe. I always think I just, for some reason, have a little bit of and my statistics would back this up too, just a slight short bias at times, and I don't know what that is. It's still something I need to work on for myself. But yeah, for the most part, we see similar things. And in fact, I think the last time you and I were like, I think you were trading the open, and I was coming in shortly thereafter you to kind of round out the day. I think we were both.
Oh, I do remember that.
Completely different. It's the same trade, but two different versions of kind of looking at what was happening, or two different methodologies, but the exact same approach and entry and taking that same trade. So it's there's all these different ways that you could possibly trade, but I think a lot of these principles that some of the things we talk about on the show, regardless of trader, like they're based in similar things, like the same fact or whatever that we're kind of looking at, similar approach, but just maybe a slightly different way of how you execute based on what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Which is cool to see, because it's like anything else. I'm learning a lot from other traders on here who are just articulating the exact same way of price action that I'm looking at, but are able to dissect it slightly differently than me, but come to the same conclusion.
Yeah. Mark, I'm short from 420s, the Stowe level. I shorted the pre-market failed breakout around 40 minutes before the open yesterday.
Yeah, that was a great spot. I was like deer in headlights, and then tried to catch the knife a little too early yesterday, but.
Oh, really? I was just pressing shorts. I was ready for that moment.
Yeah, I was just a little too like trigger happy with like one of the first relief pops that came off ES, and was in profit, and then it just got absolutely like punched in the face. But I think any decent trader, you should be able to kind of weather that storm and not let it suddenly just snowball into the worst day ever. And it was me just like taking a step back, letting things kind of settle down, and then waiting for the next opportunity, and then was able to dig myself from red to green for the session. So
awesome. That's
good.
All that matters. Savvy, no, I do not have a YouTube channel. I only have I didn't put that here. I only have a Twitter or X. Let me put that on here. What is it? At Trading Boxes.
I'd love to see NQ try to rotate back up towards the 270s before the open here.
I don't like that.
Cooper, multiple ways to peel an orange. I feel like we're just coming up with new ways to say skin a cat just for Leo's sake.
We're getting that reversal, guys, here, where I think we can see that higher low. ES is back testing that 93 area, which if we can reclaim that, would be really bullish for the day. For me, I have resistance at 280s. I don't know if you see something there. But it was sort of that overnight support, and then we broke through it, hit 200s, 210s, and for me, that would be the first area above that we need to reclaim. I have a probably much more basic approach than you. I'm sort of support and resistance 100%. I do tell Leo and Stowe, I wish not I wish it would be really cool to have that sort of you guys look at the DOM and you guys are looking at the orders to have like sort of like an internal view of the price action that we're getting, and you guys can identify those areas with maybe large orders that come in or something that you guys see a delta flip. I don't know, things like that would be a really cool addition.
Will I be describing via the order flow lab software what I'm seeing? Yeah, obviously we're going to be looking off my execution chart for most of this morning's session. So I'll call out things as I'm seeing them, as we usually try to do.
Yes, Jesus. What noise? Is that coming from me, Trader Sam?
I
Do you
don't
hear
hear.
noise coming from me, Nick?
I'm not hearing anything. And I got my fancy monitoring headphones in, so I'm not hearing any popping.
Okay. So here's something from my microphone. I'm not touching anything. Say that again. Yeah, I moved it away. Yeah, sorry guys if you guys hear something. Oh, it's mic noise. I don't know why. Okay. Let me do this. Oh, we don't want to see that.
Don't we have news after, like, right after the bell? Or data? Yeah, we have PMI and home sales. Okay.
Okay, how's that? All right, hopefully that changes things, guys. So here's that move that I was expecting. Getting that reversal. We're seeing that higher low here, possibly on the hourly. ES is now into that 93 zone that it's attempting to reclaim. Let's see if I can get another entry here. I think for me, it would be now if we can reclaim this 280s area, then look for some acceptance up here. And that would look, ideally, I'd be in this long and I can just wait for that. But, I did miss that entry that I wanted. But here's that higher low scenario that we could hold here at prior week lows. And yes, we're holding, we're bouncing, NQ at prior all-time highs. And now, I think we're going to be range bound. I think we can go back up to London's high maybe if we do reclaim some of these resistance areas. I'm saying that it sounds better. Awesome. Larry, thanks. Hey, Believa. All right, good move. Let's see what we get in the open.
$15 seconds.
Okay.
And we're off. Good luck, everybody. Trade safe. Ooh, immediate reoffer comes in at that two, and before we even got to 270s.
Yeah. Consolidating down this range for about an hour, maybe an hour and 20 minutes. Oh, and Q may want new lows.
Yeah, that was a little violent to start us off. Yes, trying to take out the overnight low.
Yeah, and Q just did. If there's no follow through lower here, then I'm going to be looking to see if we can hold. Yes, GM. So for me, I'm just waiting. We're sort of in this boxed range here. What we want to see either is for me to engage in this, it's either acceptance down here to sort of tell us that sellers do want to have follow through lower, or acceptance up here to then tell us that buyers do want to sort of seek higher. At the moment, there's really not much to do here after this rejection since we're in a range or a box for the last hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, cyclicals are getting hit right now, so affecting ES. What is your delta stuff telling you? We're going lower?
So far, they're still kind of holding the overnight low. Yeah, sellers really made that push, could not establish us anywhere below that 85 spot. And that 80s, basically where the overnight low is, that was where we kind of where the sellers kind of left us to die yesterday if you were late getting in that short. So if that is continuing to be defended, last week's low continuing to be defended, we are finding some interest in buyers there. So far so good for this to potentially rotate back into majority of the overnight's range. But I'm still going to be sitting on my hands for a little bit. But that's a very good sign from buyers. They kind of weathered that storm immediately off the open.
We do have a divergence here between ES and NQ, which is to me an indication of the reversal we're seeing now. NQ made a new low, ES didn't. I sort of look at that when we're at some extreme to give an indication of a reversal. We're still in that higher low area, I guess, and we continue to hold. So I have to continue to look for higher. So if we can form acceptance up here, I'm going to be looking to engage on a long and see if we can't. ES is reclaiming that 93. I mean, technically nothing from a price perspective is saying lower. You know, we hit support, we're bounced hard. ES is now reclaiming 93 resistance. So now we need to see acceptance up here. If we can hold, then that will give us an indication that we do want to move away from this hour and a half range that we've developed. A little bit choppy at the moment, but
Yeah.
just have to be patient. Them ones are green. What is red? Look at this rejection back down.
I know. Right at that 270s.
What did this initial reversal get to? Yeah, so it's very volatile at the moment. We need some contraction at the right above that range or at these lows to then tell us, hey, there's a one either party, right? Buyers or sellers are ready to move it higher. So we may get that up here. We can still hold maybe the 260s, 270s area. No, HK. My process is based on price and trend structure. So regardless of the event that's taking place, price is telling us what it wants to do, right?
Oh, crap. Hey guys, I think one of my dogs just tripped my light. Let me fix it if you want to pull me for a hot second.
Yeah, do your thing.
All right, one
I'll
sec.
whisper sweet nothings into their ear until then.
I'll be right back. This is why we don't have dogs under our desks, folks. We just literally knocked my main light off. 1 second.
It's just us, guys. Constructive action here, guys. Like, there's nothing here telling me lower prices at the moment. And it shouldn't for you as well, right? Like it's not my opinion. This is just what price is telling us. We're now starting to hold this upper sort of 20-25% area of this range. Hey, Brian, I don't have a setup here to engage on a long. I need to wait for a more sideways, more wedge structure here. So there's no entry for me here. Like, we can blast off higher and that's fine for me, right? There's just no entry for me to engage in. But sometimes that happens and you really can't do anything. And why would I not take it, right? If it's attempting to break out, like if I say, hey, we're gonna go higher if we break out of here, why would I not take it? Because if I don't wait for my rules to engage, acceptance, which is a wedge, which you guys have seen me over every sort of Thursday and other days that I'm on, then there's a high probability that this can be a failed breakout due to the day we're in and then revert back down, right? In most breakouts in general. So if that's the probability here, then I need to create a set of rules that will allow me to skip on breakouts or breakdowns unless we form acceptance and we create that wedge structure. Why? Because that is what will tell me that instead of seeing price go up and then get rejected by sellers at resistance, if we sort of see a higher low come in and then we see a negotiation take place like this, then we know that there is that buyers are looking to move up from here to then here. And at that point, I have data, I have information that is supporting my long idea. And then through a technical filter, which is the wedge that is my directional setup, I can then look to take the break out of this because I waited for information to tell me that in this scenario, buyers did step in from lower prices and they're getting ready to break it higher, right? And I'll look to engage in the new trend away from this consolidation. I cannot take just any breakout or breakdown because there's a higher probability of a reversal and then I get stopped out.
I have returned.
Nick is back. So I am waiting for that, guys, if we can get that up here in NQ for me to engage in.
Chris, you may be getting your range bound action. I mean, I know we have news here in a couple minutes with PMI, but so far, just kind of sitting in this range. Somebody's been absorbing up here in ES around those like 96s to 98s.
Yeah, great action that I'm seeing here for the upside. I think we can go back to London's high. But we need to reclaim this 280s and NQ. You can see we're facing some resistance here on that initial test. ES is struggling to hold. I mean, it's not really struggling. It's just dancing around that 93 area.
I was just locked in. No, I have two golden retrievers that have one of them decided to bump the light and knock it off my desk fort, and I have to actually like go under my desk to get to said wires. So,
dude, I would hate that if the screens go black and you're in a trade and the dogs are just moving around.
Thank God for mobile trades in the event that something does happen. I mean, thankfully, that's why we use stops. And I'm one of those people though, even with stops, I'm still like meticulously watching my trade, like thinking I have some control.
Yeah. Nick was just locked in. Yeah, he was. HK, no, I don't look at any value at all per auction market theory. I just candles. That's all I need. And trend structure. What time frame, Devo? I look at all time frames for wedges, but this is the 2-minute time frame.
NQ and tempting a little bounce off the 5-minute opening range mid. This would be constructive though if we can go back to those highs.
Yeah, we keep holding up here. Like that, to me, that's constructive. We're not going back down to the bottom.
Well, we talked about it in yes. I really just, as long as we're kind of holding this previous week low, be a good sign for us to maybe say the bleeding has stopped for the time being, at least for the moment. You never know going into tomorrow or how this data is going to shake out here in a few minutes. How do you really trade around these like post opening bell data releases, like when they're at 9:45 Eastern and 10 a.m. Eastern? I tend to just kind of wait unless I can catch something quick off the open if something actually does present itself. But for the most part, I kind of just sit out and let those two clear before I'm really looking to enter.
I depending on the event, I might wait, I might not. You know, for me, and I think you guys are sort of the same. You're location dependent, right? Like you're looking for a specific location to engage in, and then if all the tools that you look at sort of give you that confirmation, you get in, right?
Mm-hmm.
For me, I'm the same. If we're at a place that's A+ location for me, then I need to engage and execute there regardless what happens. Because if I sort of create a habit of waiting for secondary things, we're at an area where I need to be engaging in, then I just feel like for me, I would miss out on more trades than getting stopped out on.
Sure.
And we have news, right? In a minute or 2 minutes.
Yeah, in about a minute. So if you are in a trade, be aware. Flash PMI coming in hot. Not actually hot. I have no idea.
Yeah, I hardly know what's happening as far as like what is it? I just know that it's something may happen.
And the analysts are usually wrong. It's what I've come to understand when I see the
or they get fired.
Projected number versus what actually comes in. It's like, you guys get paid for these numbers? Okay.
So, this is constructive action. Both ES is now forming a wedge here. If I can bring that over here. Look at this. ES has a perfect wedge going on here. So this is good. I don't really trade ES. I'm waiting for NQ here.
Yeah, ES is like dead in the center of the opening range so far. And it's shaping up very similar to the initial kind of 30 minutes that we saw for the open on Monday when Leo and I were on. It looked very similar to this. We're in about a 10-point range thus far. And there's your PMI.
A non-event, maybe?
Non-event. Book's still very thin. Let's see.
Oh, maybe lower.
I mean, we're still okay. Now we're getting
Yeah. So we're not
liquidity
holding
back.
this upper area anymore. So there's no reason for me to engage in. What does the wedge tell me? Someone's asking. A wedge is just a consolidation that takes place when a trend is over. The structure that it forms from a candle perspective is a wedge structure. So I wait for those to engage in. But you can see ES here is breaking that wedge lower. So if you're trading ES, you have your short setup right there to engage in. So that's your short entry.
Looks like PMI came in a little hot.
Did it?
Yep. Above projections on all three. But that's a little above my pay grade to understand that.
Yeah. All right, so both ES failed to show. I mean, this is a guys, you guys always asking me about the wedges. Here's a perfect one in ES. That is a classic wedge at a zone. It breaks, depending on the higher time frame structure, you look to engage. Beautiful breakdown short here that you had.
And ES losing that previous week low, falling into July's value area high.
Yeah.
Up here.
What level is that?
That would be 74 and change. And there's a little.
Okay, we're almost there.
Yep. We'll see if that holds. If not, I mean, we probably are going to go test the lows from yesterday. Interesting reaction.
So, what's that?
I said interesting reaction off that data, but they're trying to defend down here.
So now that we're at the bottom of this range, if we can form acceptance now here, that's something that I can look to engage in for the downside. But what if this is another failed breakdown now? It's just so choppy at the moment.
Oh, Ben, I forgot about Walmart's earnings. I didn't even look at them this morning. They were poor. I think Target's were too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing my part, though. I just had to buy an Elsa doll for a 4-year-old's birthday party on Saturday. So bought it from Walmart yesterday.
Look at this reversal back up. I mean, at this point, this is stopping out everybody.
I know. This is like nasty. Both directions.
And this is a good example for what I was saying, chat, is that, unless you form acceptance at the highs of a box or a range or at the bottom, like you're going to see failed breakout or failed breakdowns, which is what we're seeing right now. So if you're just randomly, this is why breakouts have sort of a negative connotation, is that people are getting stopped out. Well, that's because you don't have rules in place to help you understand when the breakout has a higher probability of working or not. Or else you just get this back and forth and you're just getting stopped out. I mean, that's what I was doing back when I started.
It was funny. We had a bunch of like people trying to absorb down here, which was like that 80s, 81 spot where the second attempt at the sell yesterday kind of went to die. And then we saw somebody big come in here. We had about a negative 1300 delta right on 80. So somebody came in there. And now settling us right back into the center of the range. So choppy, choppy, choppy.
What's Costco get hit? Yeah. So we're back up. ES at 93, NQ at 260s. Same thing for me. If we can form acceptance up here, then I can get a wedge here, then I can engage here on a directional move. So I'll be waiting for that myself.
Let's see if they try to reoffer this again. Or just break out, please. Give us a decision.
But you know what? Let's get those likes up in the meantime. We have 1,000 in here. We have 200, 222 likes. You know, I know we talk about that 80-20 reference a lot in trading, but we need to get those likes up.
MA, right before right as that news was coming out with Flash PMI, I mean, there was a 3 to 5 point spread. So that's usually when you see those releases, like the book's going to clear out. But settling back now, I mean, spread's only like 2 ticks on NQ. A little choppy, a little violent, but more normal.
Truly a range bound morning so far.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely tight. I like the 5 minute here in NQ. What you don't look at time frames like that, huh? You look at I forget what's the term that you guys look at as far as the.
So my execution charts for NQ and ES are going to be volume based. So 500 volume on NQ.
There you go.
And then ES, I use 1500 volume. But then on some of my other charts that I use a 5 minute, not as an execution, but as like my normal like plotting chart in TradingView that I have on a screen too, just to keep the just a different view of similar structure. And then I have a simple like session volume profile for it too, with the overnight.
Yeah, that's cool. And it's all white. I like that.
Oh yeah, my 1 hours are my long time frame chart.
Oh, that's 1 hour. Oh,
I have to
yeah.
do some monochromatic stuff. I'm just that kind of guy. I don't know if it's my eyes have
One of
changed.
those.
But I need to build a new NQ chart book because some of the trade the close sessions of the last couple weeks, ES has just not been the instrument of trading. Versus like you can get away with scalping NQ. ES is giving you nothing.
Right in the middle of this range. Like there's really not much to do here.
No, I think I think we jokingly kind of called the consolidation, but I was hoping for at least some aspect of a wider range than this.
Yeah, same.
And here we go again.
Yeah,
Chat, are we just gonna D-Day this until Powell's speech tomorrow morning? I sure hope not.
I mean, if you're like a 10-second chart time frame trader, you're kicking butt here.
Yeah. I was like just scalping the upper and lower ends of the opening range. If you're that kind of guy, you've had a good morning thus far. Hey, Shab.
Shab, I'm answering on the stream. Yes, I'm in.
Yes, that is it. That is the new way of responding to NinjaTrader team for their contributors. We just answer questions that they ask us live via the stream.
Yeah.
That was really funny with XY doing that yesterday.
I don't think there's been a choppy day like this in a while.
Yeah, it feels like when Leo and I were trading Monday morning, looked identical to this, where it looks like we were about to break out to the upside of the range, and then someone just slaps it.
Oh yeah, I remember Monday morning. Yeah, similar to this.
Yeah, it was very much like just consolidating and just and then a touch lower. It just felt like there was no interest in kind of getting back into those 23,000 like 900s, and then Voila, the following session, just a violent breakdown day.
Thanks, Fitz. Yeah, there's not much to do. I mean, there was one opportunity. The real opportunity for my approach that I talked about was that reversal pre-market 30 minutes before. You got up to 3R and then you got stopped out, 2R. So I probably would have taken partials and then got stopped out on the rest. But here, there's really nothing. There's not much. No, Alfred. I have a swing trade account where I swing trade stocks and futures, NQ mostly, and then the day trade account here for Ninja, I just day trade NQ.
Oh. Got
Let's
pending
see if we
home
can form
sales.
acceptance down here at the support area, 200s. If so, that can maybe provide an opportunity for a trade for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching this overnight low.
Possible wedge setting up in what? Yes, is more. I mean, they're both like a box. There's really no wedge at the moment. So we might want to break down here. We've been consolidating for almost 2 hours now. I think it's time to move. Love to see some acceptance down here to show us that sellers do want to stay down here and not have another sort of rejection, down, bounce back up, rejection down, bounce back up, rejection down. A change of character would be that on a next bounce attempt, it gets rejected and we start holding down here. That will be the sign for me to say, okay, sellers are now stepping in lower and I can engage. But at the moment, there's still a possibility that we can just shoot back up. Right. So there's really no reason to open up my capital to this risk.
Gecko, for me, partials for my overall strategy, it really depends on the day. Some days I'm really like quick to just exit 20, 30 points on NQ with my entire position and just kind of call it a session or call that a good trade and see if something else presents itself later in the session. But then I have a day like yesterday where me doing partials kind of, I let myself get round tripped on runners like several times. So I'm still trying to find that good balance is when volatility ticks up on a day like yesterday of, I mean, partials helped me grind back from red to green, but I also could have just, called it a session much faster from red to green and just walked away from the desk by just taking full size off. I mean, I got round trips during power hour on a great reoffer on ES that would gave me like 15, 16 points. And I got out of one at 15 and the others at like 3 because it came all the way back. And I think everybody saw how we closed. So I don't know. It's an evolving strategy for me. I'm still something I'm kind of working on to capture more points as well, or wider moves, as well as, do what I'm trying to do every day, which is make some profit and get out of it and get away from the charts.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a limit on the trades that I do per day to sort of help me with that.
I need to get better at trailing, like just of how I kind of start trailing my stop. So that if it gets taken out, I'm comfortable with it, but I'm not necessarily trailing to the point where I know it's going to get tagged as I'm trailing, so I might as well just exit anyway. So it's just something I continue to work on. There's not a good way. I get to find the perfect way to do it. Trailing is something difficult.
All right, so we're at the bottom here. We're getting that breakdown. There's really no acceptance down here for me to engage in. I think a good lesson here for you guys watching my approach is, in me, I need to be okay in missing this move if it's happening, because what I did best was avoid these failed breakouts, failed breakdowns, right? I didn't look to engage thinking that we were going to break out higher or break down lower, because I'm waiting for a specific structure to confirm that a certain participant is stronger. So if this move does happen now and we break lower, then I have to be okay missing it because I just avoided 5 failed breakouts or failed breakdowns, right? And look, we're bouncing back up again. What can we get in yet another failed breakdown?
That was very quick. 50 points in like 20 seconds there.
Yeah, like this is just stopping out so many people. And if you don't know what you're looking for, to have the confidence and then the conviction to execute on when it sets up there, then all these traits that you're taking right now, you're getting stopped out. Your emotional capital, your mental capital is sort of depleted. And when the real move happens, and when you now see what you do know, you don't take it, right? You have fun, not FOMO, but you just don't take it because you have fear of having another losing trade.
Man, that was quick and violent.
ES is moving. I think what was that? Home sales.
Yep. Existing
See
home
what
sales.
home builders are doing. They're hanging out. ES might lead here. So ES is now above 93. If it can form acceptance up here and consolidate, then that would sort of tell you that it is ready to have a sustainable trend higher, right? At the moment, it may fail again, but it's a really good sign. Yeah, much stronger. ES is leading.
That was Kane buying the 10 a.m. candle. Yep. Kane came in with all that size at 160s and just lifted the offer. 100 points later.
This is a good action here, guys. Now on ES, I mean, it's been choppy, but ES is finally having a change in character at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
NQ is moving back up. We're still in that, we're still creating a higher low versus yesterday's low. So to me, that's still constructive for maybe sideways to higher prices. But just have to be more patient here.
I mean, the 5-minute candles on NQ are like 100 points each.
I like that. A lot of individual stocks are starting to bounce.
Yep. Apple's almost back to green. Yeah, most of the Mag 7 reversing. Tracy says traders pair their bets on 2 Fed interest rate cuts this year.
I like this. I just need some acceptance up here for me to engage long, but I really like this possible change of character in EIS as It's now above that 93, 94 resistance. And if we can hold now on a back test, and if NQ conforms that acceptance here, that possible wedge structure, then I'll be looking to engage on a long. I don't look at YM. Never. A true inside day for sure so far.
Yeah. They're absorbing this high at 6,400 on ES.
All right, let's see if we can get some sort of consolidation here. I'd love to engage if we are going to move up higher.
There we go.
Strong. Yeah, I just don't have a setup here, guys.
Yeah, that initial move off the pending home sales kind of threw me a little bit. Hmm. Still kind of rejecting up there.
Yes, this is leading. NQ can't really get over that 280s area, 270s, 280s.
There's a lot of buyers getting absorbed up here. I may stab one, but
Yeah, Jesus for Jesus. It can go up without me. You know, I need my setup. I need a way to manage risk on a move. If I don't have that, then there's really, am I really missing something if my setup didn't form? Probably not. It's like in sales, you can't say that you didn't make a sell if the customer was not there, right? There was no interaction to make a sell on. Omid.
no, I never adjusted it.
What a comment. JSSL says, you guys have taught me more than the 3,000 I've spent on Magic Gurus online. Oh, you're in?
I'm trying one.
What is this? NQ? Oh, no,
CS.
ES.
No, thank you if it breaks above that.
What are you looking at here?
A lot of absorption at this high, but now NQ is going to push through it. I'm going to probably get out of this. It looked good for like a hot second there.
I just need a wedge up here for me to engage long.
No, it can go without me if it's gonna roll.
One. I mean, it'd be great if you can reject here. You make your points, and oh no, you closed it.
I closed it. I'm gonna wait.
Okay. To me, this is constructive action to the more upside.
Yeah, I just NQ is just hanging up here, and it's probably gonna pop and go to 300s. So
Yeah, I need this. I don't have my setup here, so I can't really engage in anything. The 5 minute, I mean, everything's great. Like everything's telling me higher. We just need to hold a potential pullback to really confirm. Look, guys, my trade plan was to say, hey, let's look for a higher low at prior week lows in ES and prior all-time highs in NQ at 220s. We got that, right? We can't really commit to a move below those areas. Was it choppy? Yes, but from a trend perspective, there was a high potential for a higher low to be put in here and then work a sideways to higher structure. So we're kind of seeing that at the moment. And we're now back to the top of the resistance. ES cleared it. ES is leading. If we can get this wedge structure, what do I consider a wedge? A wedge is a wedge. Market moves like this. You have a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. It then ends. We revert back into some sort of support, and we have a swing high in place here. We have a swing low, and then price contracts inside the swing low and swing high to create a lower high, higher low structure. That is how the market contracts, because there's technically no higher high, higher low in this sequence, right? We're now living inside this swing high and above the swing low. So it creates a wedge structure, a contraction where there's no trend. So I'm waiting for that here on the 2 minute above that breakout area to confirm that we are wanting to break out higher. If it does not happen, then I don't have an entry and, we're going higher and I just have to miss it.
So I would have gotten stopped out anyway. Sellers were making an attempt, got nowhere, and now are going to get pushed higher.
Yeah, I mean, everything's telling me higher prices.
Yep. But this was the spot right around that kind of 300s to 310s area from yesterday afternoon, or I guess middle of the session, that we reoffered kind of violently from back towards the 200s. So we'll see if sellers are still present. This is kind of, well, I guess we have settlement a little bit higher, but this would be another spot that, at least on NQ, I could see somebody trying to reoffer again.
Yes, did have a wedge here. I was just informed by somebody in the group. Beautiful wedge here, breakout. I missed that, but that's a pretty great breakout. So for NQ, I need my wedge up here. But that is life. I mean, yesterday was a pretty big day for me. So I have to wait for my rules.
Schraben, I hope I said that right. Yes, for some reason I do tend to I lean a little bit short bias. I've talked about it before, just based on my statistics and trades taken. I'm like just under like 60-40s to the short side versus long side. It's a habit I'm still trying to break. I'd like that to be 50-50 because then I'm actually looking for. It's just there's moments when I just take I mean, Stowe is really good at getting those dips, not necessarily in a trend up, but basically buying as we're continuing to kind of grind higher versus for some reason, my mindset tends to look with going with that initial pullback, like momentum and trying to short it for a break versus seeing it suddenly stop and jumping in long to get along with the longer time frame move. So yeah, I'm like 60-40 short trades versus long trades.
All right, so we're getting that pullback here. Now NQ can back test the sort of 260s area. Now, if we can wedge up here, I will look to engage. No, Sean, but that's a great title. Time compression trading. I like that. Might have to look that up.
Yeah, Ash, this is that spot, that 300. It's like right at the August open here that they at least attempted to reoffer from, like as Chris was saying, now coming back to retest like that 270s area. So makes sense. This is where I was kind of not necessarily leaning against, but got worried that we were going to punch up to, which is why I was exiting ES. Probably could have waited, but for the most part, they're still defending up here in ES and NQ.
Let's see if we can wedge up something like this. Yes, Baikal. Baikal and Baikal. You can message me on Twitter. I can share some info on it. Thanks, Sos or Kos. Just saw your comment. There it is. So there's really no setup here for me to engage. We are getting that move that I was looking for. But that happens.
Does ES try to make an attempt back up here to the overnight high? I guess that actually that would be at 19s.
But we're in that initial 2-minute, 90-minute uptrend from this sort of failed breakdown, higher high, higher low, higher high. At this point, all I can do is wait until this 90-minute trend is over and then see if we get our wedge structure here now. But really, unless I was sort of aggressive and considering this sort of reversal entry here on this failed breakdown, it just didn't make sense. It was too aggressive for the range that we were in. But going back to, if I'll share the hourly plan here that I shared for the morning trade plan for NQ. It was that we could see a higher low here around the prior all-time high area. We are seeing that. We bounced back to 280s. We're reclaiming that. My initial target on this reversal higher was London's high, that 360s area, which I think is main resistance area that price wants to test. We're seeing that, right? But I just have had in this sort of action that we had today, I've had no way to manage risk on a trade even though my planning and my idea was correct, you need to wait. You need to have all those align in order for me myself to consistently execute. Yes, as well, it reclaimed the 93 area. It did end up holding the prior week low. It was sort of like a choppy failed breakdown. Now it has major resistance at 64.20s. I would look to short that if we get up there. So the main idea that I have here is to continue to focus on longs if I can get an opportunity until we go into that strong resistance area, 64.20s in ES and then 360s in NQ. But I think this is the first time in a while that you guys have seen a move take place and me not be in it, just because I don't have the setup up here and no entry rules. Two-minute chart, Natasha. Tech looks great. I mean, you have some names that are moving higher in the stock world. Wow, especially growth areas. I know you don't look much at those, but that's sort of, when I see that from the stock market perspective, as far as like all those stocks, sort of confirms the move that we're having. What I see a lot is there'll be a lot of people shorting moves higher, but you have just the whole market as a whole breaking out higher. You have tech, you have software, you have semiconductors, and it just seems like, oh, how can we're getting this huge move up? It does that helps me in a way to skip shorts. There's no candle count her. It's whenever the wedge forms, it has a specific set of rules around it. That's what matters, not the candle count. Yeah, Lito. There was just no entry here up here for me to enter a trade, even though I'm right on the move. No, 2 minute is the lowest time frame I'll go down to. Can I explain my trade from yesterday? My trade from yesterday was a failed breakout. I mean, you can't really go adjust this, but we had a 5 minute failed breakout pre-market into resistance that I used to short that.
Yeah, Norseman, that's something I've tried to get a lot better at. Because you have those outlier days like yesterday, where it's like you don't have to throw in a lot of size and you can make a decent amount of points very quickly. And then you have days like Monday where we're just kind of consolidating, and sometimes it just makes sense to not put a ton at risk because what's still on the docket and that there's potentially better opportunities coming later. Like this was a very choppy first 30 plus minutes of the session, and we had two data releases, and then we just started grinding higher off one of those releases. So for me, staying out of the chop and then not taking the smallest of paper cuts to at least attempt a failure at the top of this range, I can live with. And now I'll kind of wait and gauge a reaction if ES makes a push up towards settlement from yesterday or the overnight high. Chris was just saying that 64.20 place is a longer time frame spot for a lot of resistance potentially. If we were to get over that, I mean, yeah, I'm I would probably say we're gonna make an attempt to go rotate back a lot of, I guess, the last 2 days of downside. So we'll see. I'm not in a rush. We still very easily could make could finally finish NQ and push it back to the 420s that I think everybody's waiting for. So
Yeah, we're slowly just moving up higher to next resistance, 6420s, 6418 to 20s in ES, and then 360 in NQ. No real pullback yet. On the 4 hour, we're getting that reversal. So this is great structure for even a much higher move tomorrow. On the hourly, we got that failed breakdown that I shared in the morning plan. And now to see if we can hold 280s on a potential pullback and then get a wedge.
how do I get notified of data releases? I mean, there's a bunch of websites. You can always tune in here on NT Live. We try to give it to you before and then shortly after in real time. But you can look at Financial Juice. You can look at the Trading Economics calendar. I mean, there's a bunch of places. Some of your charting software will even have the news releases on the docket for the morning too. So it's all there. But Financial Juice is a great one just to have bookmarked and keep you up to date. So went up to that 6410 spot and re-offered. Yeah, NQ went up in tag settlement and failed.
Let's see if we can finally get a wedge up here. Still pretty strong.
Yeah, right back up. NQ just looking really, really strong. Fly here. If it gets to 360, I'm going golfing. It may not be the worst idea regardless of how much higher it goes. Always, as we said, there's always another trade. And playing 18 on the links today sounds like a potentially great decision. There we go.
Beautiful, just beautiful hourly failed breakdown. Here's scenario one from this morning. We're now coming up into that 360s area. I'm going to look to short that if we actually get up there. That would be 6420s, 6418 really, 20s is major resistance in ES. So if we can take out London's high, I'm going to look to engage in a short. Because what we will need now up there is we need acceptance up here now at resistance to tell us that it is going to have another sustainable move higher. So I don't mind getting short up here on this first test of resistance, especially after the wave we've sort of gone from. So I'll be looking to engage in that. Let's see if we can get a 2-minute setup here. You golf a lot, Nick?
I have not golfed in about a year. I used to when I was living in Southern California and I could golf year round. I was playing at least once a week. And then my shoulder started having issues. So I had to change my swing path and then I moved to, and then came here to Texas and started playing less and less. And it just got hot during the time of the year that I really have time to golf. And then in the winter, it's really cold. So optimal golf here. See, optimal golf season in North Texas is starting like end of September, and you get it basically through Thanksgiving, and then it gets cold.
What, you said you were in Orange County when you lived here?
Yeah, I grew up in Orange County, in the South Orange County area, like the Laguna Beach spot area. And then,
Nice.
yeah, for some reason, left that paradise and moved to Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, how could you do that?
I don't know, man. I went to you leave, you go to college out of state, you get offered jobs in big cities, and
Oh, yeah, that's where you went for a job.
yeah, I went to Denver right out of college, got moved there, and then a quick stint back in Southern California, and then basically I've been in Texas ever since.
Cool.
Fred Hughes, yeah, Salt Creek. My favorite still is, or my favorite Laguna beach would be Victoria.
It's a great area.
Yeah, it's beautiful. My parents are still there, so I get to enjoy it when I go home.
I would do a lot of meetings there back in the day for clients.
As did I. My office was in Irvine, and it was a lot of beach beach city like restaurants just to enjoy that every day in the working hours.
Nice. My client had a huge boat. I don't want to call it a yacht. This thing was massive. He was like, "Oh, I don't want to leave the boat today. You can come in." It's like, "Oh, thanks." So much money over there.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, so we didn't really hit that 360s area in NQ. In ES, we didn't really get that 64 1820s, which I said I wanted to short. We're now back testing the 280s, 270s area. I would look to engage long if we can form a wedge up here now. Now that this 2-minute 9 MA uptrend is over, higher high, higher low, second higher high, second higher low, third higher high, trend failure. So now can we get a wedge here to sort of show that, yes, we are going to hold this 280s area? And then if so, can we get a push higher? But so far, no participation in me on this move here because there was really no setup for me to engage at the breakout area. So now I need to look for a wedge. you got the wedge breakdown in ES. There was no wedge breakdown in ES. There's you might have taken something else. Cagnina is great, Fred. Was just there at the Rose Bowl this weekend for a concert. That is true, Sid. My answer is just we have to make more money. All right, so NQ backtest is this 270s, 280. Well, not really 270s, but 280s zone. If we can hold here, now we can see a wedge structure possibly, unless we just revert back down and it's going to be a true like range day. I would love to be in a different time zone for trading. You know, waking up at today I was up at 4:45 in the morning to write my plan for the group and be ready to stream.
I don't know how you do it, man.
I don't know either.
With,
And, you know, I used
with
to work at a restaurant bar in college, and I used to get home at 2, 3 in the morning. And now I'm waking up at 5 in the morning. That was a transition that I had to go through.
Yeah, I can't imagine in Central Time. I with the baby, I have hard enough time waking up at 6 to be like ready mentally to trade the open live with people. It's different when I just kind of can roll out of bed at 7, you know, throw on a hoodie and just sit quietly at my desk alone. I can't imagine 4 a.m., man.
It's not that bad. I would love your time zone. I mean, I think that's the perfect one. You're what, 8:30 to 3:30?
Yeah, 8:30 to 3 basically. It's really
That's
not bad.
perfect.
It's for trading, it's actually pretty good. Because it's late enough that if you're an early riser, I mean, you can get your workout in before you get to your trading desk. Um, and then in the afternoon, it still feels like you can go run errands post close
Yeah.
before the post work crowd is like, you know, hitting up the grocery stores and stuff.
Yes, Dr. Steve, Rufus. I saw Rufus this weekend. I do not want to move to the East Coast. I'm in LA, I'll say. Chris wakes up at 4 a.m. to make sure his hair looks good. Possibly. I gotta, you know, Deli said you can't show up unless your hair looks good.
Let's see if 270s is defended again.
We might not
Otherwise,
get that wedge structure here. We might just go back down. ES is pretty weak again, but it's if it can hold this back to that 93 area, this breakout, then I can still see it constructive as higher. We're just seeing another reversal back down. There's really no structure here as far as holding support or resistance. We're just oscillating back and forth. Anthony's watching.
wow.
Mm-hmm. At our age, just having hair is a good hair day.
It's fair.
I'm waiting to engage here, Regal. I just my setup didn't form. I can't take a trade if you know I called out the move. I said we're gonna possibly see a higher low here, hold prior all-time highs and push up higher. We got that, but there was just no I was looking for acceptance up here to get this wedge structure here on the breakout. We didn't get that. So, I missed that move. And then I'm looking for a wedge on this back test, but we're just reverting back down. So there's really no real supporting structure here for a directional move. It's just we're just oscillating back and forth. So for my approach, like I can't really engage in this unless I was aggressive on this failed breakdown, but I didn't feel like being aggressive down here with all the chop back and forth. It just didn't make sense. This is probably the first Thursday ever that I have not placed a trade on the stream. My streak will end today.
They're just going to give us an inside day after all this shenanigans.
I'll probably find an opportunity later in the day. Like these days happen, like Nick was saying, just have to wait it out. We were so close to London's high too, where I was looking too short.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was kind of waiting to see any sort of reaction like this around 64.15s. If not, yeah, we're probably going to go take out the Globex highs. But nope. So far, this RTHV.
All right, ES back to 93. This is the support area for it to hold. NQ back testing that breakout, not to see if we could hold here and then a bounce. Yeah, that's true. I'm not gonna say your name. These days are just as valuable as the days that you trade. Yeah, Jose, trapping Thursdays. It was earn and learn Thursdays with me because we would learn and earn. But today, no trade for me. So that is a trapping Thursdays. Let's see if we can hold here and then attempt to bounce and then see if we get some sort of wedge structure. If a short was taken here, that it just hit 1R on that. But really no real setup there to take short. We were so close to resistance. Not yet, not there yet.
And that, my friends, is why you market it. You use market orders. Yep, it's going to go.
Good, Lito.
That's why you market order.
Yeah, you don't want to get, you know, in the morning was really choppy. There was really no reason to engage from a, you know, if you're looking to capture trends or moves away from areas, at that moment, there was really nothing to do. You would have been stopped out. How did you determine resistance at that point? What are you talking to me or Nick?
You're talking about why I was looking to try to get long there on ES. You have the RTH VWAP, you have the monthly VWAP, and one of the OFL daily pivots was sitting right there at 94s. So kind of was using confluence of levels, also seeing that sellers kind of had disengaged around that spot. So I was going to take a stab long, but we'll let it settle here as they're making a second attempt.
Yeah. So in NQ, there's resistance at 36, was it 360? Yeah, 360s, because if you look at the hourly here, we bounced into, let me remove these drawings. We had support here, and then we bounced and then we broke lower, right? And then we bounced back into that area, resistance, resistance, resistance. So I was looking to short that next test of it. If as well, ES could go back up into this, you know, support, noise, support, fails, resistance, resistance, resistance at 64, 18 to 20s. So the idea was that if both hit resistance, NQ takes that London tie, then we can revert back down, which we are, but NQ did not really move up to that area where I was looking to short. So no setup for me. We can get a reversal here. Might try it. Let's see. I'll try it. Why not? Let's see if it'll fill me. Okay, so I'm gonna try it. It's a little bit on the aggressive side, but I'm gonna see if we can hold here and attempt to bounce back up. This is good. We'll see if it works or not. Because ES just back tested 93. It's holding at the moment. My entry is a little bit aggressive, but I'm okay with that only because we're in the range bound structure. NQ is back testing this box breakout that it had. It sort of came back down. I'm looking to see if we can hold here, trigger a 9 MA reversal, and see if we can bounce back up. If not, price would just go lower, and then I'll take a stop. Yeah, yesterday's price action was great. I put on size and I was able to do really well. Good, Dr. Serena. There's indicators, Pat, that can tell you where London's high is, maybe the weekly open, monthly open, prior day low. There's indicators that can help you plot that on charts. We need more likes, so guys, to support the network. Come on, the gas Ninja had yesterday, was giving A+ lessons on your psychology. Right? Who did we have? It was after you, right, Nick?
Yeah, we had Jared Tendler doing a
Jared
live
Tendler. There
a
you go.
live session with 2 traders, and I'm not sure if the NinjaTrader team can post that that link again for the survey if you're interested in potentially doing that in the future. There was a survey that you could fill out if you are interested in actually taking part in a session with Jared in the future.
Yeah.
So we saw Stowe do it. We had a couple traders yesterday get to sit down with Jared. So really, really cool stuff that the NinjaTrader team is bringing for you guys here on the network.
Yeah, there it is. There's influencer Nick.
I'm like, what? It's hard to go full influencer and actually read price action and potentially looking for trades. But hey, the best can do both, right?
Yeah. So guys, you got to support the network. You know, they're providing a lot of great. All the traders here are fantastic. All the morning guests, you know, the economical commentary. Subscribe, like it up, share it with your neighbors.
And they did just post that SurveyMonkey questionnaire into the chat. So feel free to fill it out if you are interested in taking part in a session with Jared Tendler in the future. We're definitely going to be bringing that back. And if you also missed that session, you can find it on the Trade the Close link from yesterday with XY and I. We were followed up by Jared post close yesterday. So if you want to rewatch that back, you can find the video and probably take some nuggets away, because I think a lot of his concepts and teachings, regardless of stage that a trader's in, can be helpful to a lot of us that are on this journey. The Mental Game in his book has been one of my favorites. I actually listened to it on audiobook when I'm in longer periods of drawdown than I would care to admit. It's always good to listen to some of those concepts again and kind of reaffirm teachings that I already know should be doing and just kind of bring them back to the front of my mind. So I'm very, very thankful for that book.
I might close my trade here. We're not really getting that reversal from that back test that we got. Unless
we're
we
still
can bounce
holding the
up here.
RTH VWAP in point of control there. Just need to kind of to make an attempt at 300 again. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. So let's see if we can get that follow through higher. Again, ES back tested that 93 the breakout from this morning. NQ did the same here at 360s area, 370s ish. So the idea here is if we can hold and reverse back up. And then I took a 9 MA lower high reversal. So let's see if it does hold and then push back up. So far, the initial test of this prior range is holding, but we should have already seen a move back up already higher.
Good morning, Stowe. And if you guys have been hanging out with us since the opening bell, do not go away. My good buddy, Stowe, will be trading with you guys through the Euro close here in a few minutes. Oh, there he is.
The Stowe Master.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
I was trying to pump the likes up for you right before you were coming in, just so you could take credit for those.
Don't worry, I'm going to take credit either way.
By the transitive property, they are your likes as well. That's a math term.
That's the best part of my time slot, man. Is I'm grandfathered into all the morning likes. It makes me feel great once I get up here. Once again, Chris and I are in the same trade, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm long 262 now. I don't know. You were getting in here for continuation, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Same for you.
Yep. I'm going to be forced to show everybody the ugly chart today, but I bought 170 hard. Very, very hard today. So this was good. And I'll walk through that higher time frame thing. The rare time that I get a high time frame trade to show. So that should be good today.
170 was great. You got that low.
Yeah. Yes. Here, we'll do it. We'll pull up. Chris, you can look at ugly chart too. You can handle it. All right.
Everyone complained about your eyes.
Yep. It's all good. So yeah, this is this yellow guy, big monthly VWAP band. This once we lost it, I mean the path is the other side. Yesterday's emotional journey down inside of it eventually reclaimed, and then we got our lift into the close. So I was just really looking for this spot to hold down here. 170, 180, somewhere in there. And we got it big time. The delta volume profile is reset by now, but yes, this was an exhaustive low that got bought quickly. So I just aped in right here. And I rode it all the way. I got stopped out in profit here. This European opening range has been a pretty good. I mean, they were all short, like 100% short, pretty much off of their.
Yeah, it was a good area. I was hoping for 360s. I was looking for a short up there. Just didn't get there.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to do now. I kind of feel like now we're doing balanced stuff. We'll have to see how this closes. Everybody's kind of checked all its boxes except for an IB break. Yeah. So I don't know. But I've got this runner on and I'm ready to chill. So, yeah.
Yeah, it looks good.
Good. I switched coffees yesterday and it's paying dividends now. This is much better than what I was working with. Good. But you guys had a good morning?
You know, it was
Quiet morning.
Yeah, it was
Quiet.
a bit choppy. I mean,
That
we didn't
first
get those
30
lows
minutes
like
was
he
kind of
did.
wild.
Yeah. We had that 9:45 news, which is always annoying.
Yeah, it shook me out. It's funny. I was kind of long biased going into this as long as the previous week lows were holding NES, and that PMI candle just kind of shook me out of it for a minute.
Yes, it did. Yeah, that was nasty. I'm gonna have to put this 63.75 on my chart. This is like maybe the third time that's been a pretty big inflection point. Previous month value area high is down there too, 63.74. So yeah, that was kind of. I'm trying to figure out if this is it's trying to get back into this trend right now. ES and NQ are at least being friends today, so that's been nice. No more divergence hell.
I think was it Tuesday? So that was just like the most miserable divergence in the open, and I just had no idea what ES was doing.
Yeah, that
ES was like more all-time highs. NQ was like, we're gonna start liquidating.
Yep, that was the most confused I've ever been looking at both indices for sure. 100%. Yeah. Feeling good about it. Chris, did you see my ill-informed bet that I made yesterday on
Yeah, what happened with that?
Okay. So lots have happened since. I'll talk about that a little bit today if this day is going to be chill. But I have to learn and trade an ICT concept by next week. So one of my shows next week, Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, I'm gonna be trading it. Figure out a setup and work on it. I've got one, and I have to start learning it today. So wish me luck.
Oh boy.
You know what would be the easiest is because you buy the edges is to look for SMT divergence between the indices. Like today at this morning's low, NQ made a new low while ES didn't.
Okay.
So ICT traders look at that and they say, oh, there's the SMT, and then they'll look like at a inverse fair value gap to trigger long,
Okay. I
right?
knew you would know stuff about this. Good. All right, cool.
So because you're looking to buy that area as well, instead of buying that 170, you're gonna sacrifice your best entry and probably live next week, and then wait until this fair value gap shows and sort of align what you saw at that 170, and you'll probably end up getting like if that happened today. I mean, I don't know where the fair value gap is, but if that happened today, your
Yeah.
entry probably would have been like, I don't know, 200, 210 versus 170. But that's probably would be the best, most aligned with you
Okay.
to make it a profitable, right? Which is what you're doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it'd be cool if I could make money on this bet too. That's always nice. The dream though is what if I can figure out how to trade a setup from a different style and use order flow inside of that setup to help with the
That's what
execution part.
I would like to do.
Yeah. So I think this is a cool opportunity and I'm excited. It's been a long time since I've like sat down to learn something new. And I found myself last night being like, oh man, this is cool. I get to watch new videos and stuff. Cause you do that like when you first start.
Yeah.
And that's a really fun time when you're learning something new and things are clicking like that. So I'm excited.
All right, we getting our move. I'm still in my long. I'm looking for around 1.3, 1.5 R to take half off. You already took partials, right?
Oh yeah, I just have one left. Yeah, if we could stay back in this band, that'd be sick. This is pretty typical trend day behavior. Pull back, RTH VWAP, test the open, and keep continuing. So
yeah. Both tested the breakout. We're getting a good reaction from it. Let's see if we can commit to higher prices, and then
we do need some volume up here. That would be nice. I need some sort of build. On this push, nobody was building anything back here. Oh shoot, I got to do my position tracker. Sorry. But yeah, I'd like right now this profile is a little too Gaussian for me to get too excited about these highs up here, but I don't know. I'll hold this runner until it tells me not to.
If we're gonna be range bound, we'll probably just create a lower high and then come back down.
Yep.
But all right, I'll let you guys do your thing. My time is up.
Sounds good. Well, thank you, brother. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow morning, huh?
Day. Yeah, it was not bad. Fantastic day. You guys enjoy your weekend. And I'll see everybody chat next week. Oh no, still
I'm trading with you tomorrow, right? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll be back on tomorrow with Stowe.
That's right. That's right.
We'll have a battle at to see who gets the best price. He will, but we'll have some competition.
That sounds good.
Maybe on who can hold the longest. I don't know, since our styles are very similar.
I mean, you tend to hold more. You tend to hold the core a lot longer than I do. It's just like scalper brain. Nothing I can do about it. There we go. I'm like, I gotta get out of some of these.
Yeah.
10 points, 20 points. But yeah, I've learned a lot from you with holding the core longer. So we'll see what I can get.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, Nick, good stuff today. I learned a lot from what you're doing as well, and I want to implement some of what you guys are doing. I think it'd be great to have like the internal look, apart from the setups that I look for. So great stuff. I'll see you guys all next week. I'll see you tomorrow. So
sounds good. Thanks,
Chris.
You guys
take care.
So I'll hang with you for a few minutes. I'm in a short, and I'm just going to manage it for a hot
Friendly
second.
fire.
Friendly fire
on my own show.
Yes. I'm just articulating that I just want 70s. We just kind of stopped. I hit 70s. I'm out of here. And just run.
Never. And then just like that, 70s never ever traded again.
I just trailed out at 2. Okay. I was short from 300s.
Okay.
I just wanted to watch this for a hot second with you.
It's not bad. I don't. Yeah. If I wasn't long right now, I would consider this that fail short.
ES just doesn't want to like go to 6420s, it seems.
Yeah.
Continues to get like absorption, and buyers just running out of steam up there at 6405s. I'm just like, all right, let me take the stab. NQ's at a spot that makes sense to sell.
Yep.
All right, give me 70s.
That 64.12 spot was annoying yesterday as well on ES. Man, good short. Yeah, that was a good spot.
I mean, it was that same place that we kept kind of somebody was stepping in there and selling for the first, or I guess the middle of the session yesterday. So
yeah. Now this volume profile does not look like.
It looks range bound, to be honest.
Yes, it does.
All right, come on. No, I'm gonna jump out of here as soon as I get filled at 270s. I'm gonna let Stowe have his morning.
Woo!
We're out. All right. Quick
Free bird.
$1,000 to save my morning here.
Awesome.
And it's now that is probably going to be the rotation high there, and now we're going to go take out the IB low or something, since I just quickly was scalping that for 30 points. So
yeah, maybe 220s. If I get if this gets back below RTH open again, I'll think about a re-enter down here. This is more my A plus. This is like B minus continuation trade, VWAP itself, and then overnight low would be good. Wouldn't hate
overnight
that.
low would be interesting.
There's this like that 214 guy earlier too was doing a ton of business, and I would like to maybe go check that back out again. It was a lot of offer lift. Like he just got on the offer and just slapped price back into it. And then we've rocketed out of there a couple times. So that's another spot I'll poke around with. But yeah. Cool. Well, thanks, brother. I appreciate you.
Buddy. Enjoy your morning. Enjoy your new trading concepts that you are going to become a master in and make, I think, a lot of us very uncomfortable at times.
One concept, just one.
That's how it starts.
It's true. You got to have plays. You got to have plays in the playbook.
Yeah. We'll see how it all shakes out. But you good luck, sir.
All right. Thanks, Omi.
I'll see you behind the scenes the rest of the afternoon. Cheers, guys. Have a good everyone trade safe. And I'll see you on Sundays. This is my last session. So
woo!
Good luck to everyone the rest of the week and have fun with Stowe. Cheers.
Thank you, Nick. Everybody say thank you, Nick. Thank you, Chris. Holding it down. Do. What's Robot Jim have for me? Robot Jim. We're looking for an IB breakout on ES. Yes. That's still what I'm waiting for, too. IB high or low break on either of them is kind of our last stat that I pay attention to that has not happened yet. Pretty violent. I mean, both of those tests of the low were on very illiquid news moments. So, I mean, price left quite quickly from down there in the 63.80s. That being said, yeah, it's definitely a buyer still chilling here. I don't know. That being said, the trend is kind of ending. It still looks good. I mean, it still looks fine. This is probably going to be a better entry down here. As much as we have built lower, we didn't really do any of that higher, so that's why I worry about my continuation ideas up here. I don't think they're as sound as I wish that they were. So, but that's okay. We caught most of the range this morning, which was sick. And I am stoked about that. But yeah, good morning, chat. How is it going? What time is the symposium happening? What symposium is happening today? Will someone please tell me also while you guys figure it out? Good morning, Drunk Radish. Hey, brother. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Jose. Good morning, brother. Yes, all's good. I'm always good, baby. Always. ES definitely stronger than NQ at this moment, but like they're pretty close. They're pretty synced up today, which is a nice it's a nice feeling when that happens, especially after the last little bit. All right, you're losing view up here. Let's see if they can get that push down to the 220s. We got our 2-lot ready. All right. Let me zoom in a little bit. We can look at this. Pretty wiggly down here. Try to see if we can spot this continuation long. Let's see. We're looking at, I mean, I don't hate the mid itself. I'm trying to identify some areas here. Little LVN at 240. But we will wait. We will wait. Patience, patience, patience. Bid stepping in there. Yeah, take a shot. If this, yeah, that's not great. We saw that passive sell follow that down just then. He's right here. All right, so we've got ourselves into this two-way moment. Yikes. Now it's mad. All right, watching now. Here's my 220. My. That's not mine. I didn't make it up. There we go. We did not quite get back down to that 214 guy, though. That was the goal. I do still want to see what that thing is doing down there. All right, so we will, let me compress this back. All right, watching the other side of this now. What time is it? 11:15. Okay. Oof. All right, another poke in there. That last poke down here was kind of exhausted, but they're really, really pressing on it now. There's 214. Just get out of the way here. Overnight low. 214. ES is at its previous week low. Yeah, you see this 214 spot? It's extremely, extremely grouchy right here. Someone is doing a lot of stuff right there. Let's see if they stay stepping on it. Good spot for ES to bounce here too, if it can get out of its -1. It's just testing its previous week low at the moment. Be good as gold. All right, Mr. 214. Did you get enough? Let's see, watching. They're stacking the offer, but the tape is flipped. Oh, nice. I got the delta flip there. That's good. But let's see, am I below that candle? All right, that's good. Good spot. Nice. I don't always get my stop loss in a great spot, so it's always fun when that's possible. So yeah, we're just looking for this to retrace now back into balance, if this is going to be a proper balance day, which it looked like it was going to be. We still need to break an IB, which happens more often than not. Ooh. Yes, getting spicy now. All right, testing this seller from the bottom now. This is, okay, so this was red team, blue team here. Blue team won that one. So now we have work to do to get back above that selling that was rewarded. Of course, it didn't. Of course, it didn't fill me on that. Why would it? There we go. All right, cool. Oh no, I got out of all of them. That's weird. All right. Well, back in then, I guess. I got to figure out why that happened. That was strange. I only had one on. That's weird. All right. Well, I was messing with my quantities earlier, so that makes sense. I probably screwed that up, trying to watch too much stuff at once. All right, let's put F5. Draw this baby here on this leg. That's a terrible place. Terrible place for that. They're crossing a little bit here. I don't love that ES is back in its opening range like this. I mean, so is NQ. They're both smack dab. We're like right back in the middle here now, which is not awesome. Classic balance day business. We see our red team has been eaten up there, so that's good. So back above blue team, and we should be golden. Little trip back to VWAP if we can. There you go. Put that guy up here. Yeah, so typical balance day stuff. Actually, I'm going to go right here. Typical balance day stuff. Get back to the point of control. Get back to VWAP. The bands are pretty flat now, so that also bodes well for balance day. Just trying to narrate the possibilities here. One interesting thing that I actually learned from DCP, who was on the other day, is he considers there to be when the opening between today's opening range and the previous day close, he considers that entire area a chop zone. And in days like this, I see that and I'm like, man, might be dead on about that. And the previous day close on ES is 325, or on NQ is 325. Yeah, so this is all just going to be back and forth, two-way world, probably. Which is fine. We know how to fade an edge. You watch Nick do it great at that 300 short he had. And as Nick predicted, it was going to run all the way to the bottom of value as soon as he got his fill at 270. But that's the life of a scalper, baby. You can't have both. You can't live in both worlds at the same time. The scalping gods give and the scalping gods, they take away. Just trying to get through this. Blue guy, max frustration right now. We have to turn in 2 minutes. Or 8 minutes, sorry. I'm going to take that off. Spending too much time here. Yeah, Mark, yeah. I guess I am. Hey, XY, good morning, brother. How you doing? XY, make sure you check out that extremely boutique Pepe that I found for you. It might be better than the MJ. It might be. Hey, Flocky, thanks, dude. That means a lot to me. I appreciate that. Jordan, not Jackson. I don't have a Michael Jackson Pepe floating around. Not that it doesn't exist, but it ain't in my my wheelhouse. Let's move this. All right. This is cool. Retest overnight low, and now it is super mad. The bid is pissed. Revenge of the bid. That's correct, XY. I like to get extremely involved in my friends' niche interests because, if they like something that much, there's a good chance that it's cool. So that's kind of how I feel about everything in this world. Is that's why you should never yuck somebody else's yum, is you never know how much you might like that thing too. So yeah, I like to pick out stuff for my buds. Thanks, Sir VWAP. I'm actually the meanest guy of all time. I'm just like this on this show. So it's like every day as soon as this stream ends, I'm just like, we'll do it live. I am total Bill O'Reilly behind the scenes. Trust me. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm a big diva, honestly. Shab and Sav promised there was going to be all this Saratoga water at my door today. None of it's here. So, I mean, we're lucky I even came on stream to begin with. Can't believe what I have to put up with around here. Edwards, my target price is probably up here. I didn't want to get like this was kind of this is doing extremely aggressive things at the moment. So I didn't want to just get smacked out of something that's actually going to squeeze and break the IB high. But I don't really have expectations for it to get back inside of this VWAP band. On ES, I've been surprised how ineffective and well, not ineffective, how less of a big deal 6,400 has been today as far as liquidity goes. That's been interesting. Not that I pay much attention to resting liquidity, but normally there's like, you know, there's some wiggling that happens, and it gets jammed up around those numbers. But today, not at all. So still very thin book, still very nice book to trade in for moves. I mean, yes, is a 36-point range at the moment. That's pretty good for what we've been seeing. So, yeah, for sure, Sir VWAP. I do. I look at both. Fun fact about that, I don't do it. I have RTH VWAP bands for both all the time, but let's see if this is gonna hold this VWAP and keep going. But the 24-hour bands tend to be. I like RTH for sure for NQ. I can be convinced that the 24-hour bands are more effective for ES for what that's worth. I mean, look at both and determine what works for you, of course, but hey, Shab. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Very tradable range today. Good morning, friend Tintin. Good to see you, bud. Hey, Leo. Morning, homie. I did show the ugly chart. Yeah. Do you have an alert set or something? I don't know, Matthew. I don't know if we can get a new high. I don't, as a rule, know anything. But aside from that, I do know that it's probable that we will at least break the IB high or the IB low in this day. Quite wiggly, 11:30, coming in hot. Which one that is, there's really no way to know. And when the range is becoming this, there's really no way for me to root for either side. Because, I mean, it's so flat. We are balanced day to a T. So on these days, I will initiate shorts up here and longs down here inside of the bands. So this is a good example of the kind of day type where I'm willing to do that stuff in. So I'm paying less attention to these bands as trend until one of them starts to slope. This is certainly a party going on right now. The Dom is a whipping. But I mean, we're also in the middle of balance, so I don't really have any expectations, like I said. JM, it's just a VWAP band. It's just a standard deviation band. The top band is +1, +2. Bottom band is -1, -2. I keep them highlighted just for my own visual frame of reference. Which VWAP? Oh, they're part of the RTH VWAP. I do keep just the 24-hour VWAP on there, but you see this line in here that is like it's changing red and green depending on if price is above or below it. That's the RTH VWAP itself. It just happens to be right smack dab in the middle. Oh, thanks, Justin. That's awesome, dude. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. You know, I work hard on this. Everybody does. You know, we work hard to make the show good, entertaining, not annoying, educational. So, yeah, so many people behind the scenes making this possible. So many people with a great vision to even have it exist in the first place. So, yeah, Justin, when you say stuff like that, thumbs up, dude. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the screen's just going to ask you a few questions. I'm going to turn around and pretend like I'm doing something, Justin. But if you want to leave, 20%, 25% tip, whatever you're comfortable with. Most people leave 35%. So that's the suggested tip amount. But oh, nice, Nil. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I accidentally found like all trading ideas I've ever had. I accidentally discovered that RTH VWAP bands were a little bit of a better guide for me than 24-hour by accidentally having my chart set to the wrong thing many years ago. So don't discount the alpha that you can generate from making extremely stupid mistakes like that, because there's no limit to where ideas can come from. They can come from a goofy place. That's fine. But yeah, I think I just had RTH up, and I went through and I was doing my homework and doing my prep. I used to do a lot more involved prep than I do now. But yeah, I just had RTH up and I was like, okay, all right, we'll trail this baby. I really don't think we're getting out of this, but maybe. Who knows? Is Dude talking today? Is Jay Powell on the phone? Or is it Jackson Hole right now? Because I don't know. I saw it earlier and then yeah, I'm just gonna exit that. Good enough. 40 points on a balance day. I'm not getting greedy. I'm good. It's tomorrow. All right. Thank you. Cool. Shout to tell you. Cool. Hey, big boy. Trophy talk. 40%. Thank you, Cheryl. Your generosity is well noticed and appreciated. Personally, I'll tip anybody for anything in the real world. I'm just, there's just no way that I can not do it. I'm never hitting zero. It's just not in my, it's not in my personality to hit zero. What you doing, ES? You trying to party? Now, there has been a lot of ice at this 6407 spot, and it seems like they're loading this thing again. So I want to watch this. Yeah, and you see all this passive sell coming in here. It's you know, it's coinciding. It's matching up. BS is in its upper band now. I don't know how much more juice this might have. Because this guy, yeah, that ice is still there. Let's see. Let's see if they can get him. Yeshwanth, you can find the VWAP band indicator in the NinjaTrader order flow set of tools. It's like a additional add-on, but it's in there. And then you can just set set the number of standard deviations that you would like from the VWAP, and then I think you also set the session in there. I mean, hell, I can just show you. Let's look. Yeah, so it's called order flow VWAP. You set it to, you can set it session, week, or month. And then you set the trading hours. So it's got a billion options, but US equities RTH is, you know, the New York session. Let's see if I can get any Chicago people to get mad this morning. Number of standard deviation bands, you can have up to 3. I choose 2. And then, you know, you can also do different multipliers. There is a benefit to looking at the half, the 0.5 increments too. Sometimes if a trend is really extreme, I'll often eyeball that 0.5 deviation band between between plus and minus 1 and VWAP itself. That's like, you'll see that on those days where VWAP just never gets visited. It's often hitting the 0.5 instead. But yeah, it's all in here. You can have it. Florida man, we have definitely talked about this, that order flow as a word has been, oh, nice. They put the point of control up here at 6405. Good for you, yes. Good for you. SL, I don't know if you're talking about like in the settings and stuff. I don't know. Geezer, you just have to set the standard deviations to show up. Because I get the red-green line too. That's just this guy in the middle. He's a little shy right now. He's hiding underneath RTH open, but yeah. There's a lot of absorption up here. Glad I covered into this for sure. Jose, you don't. We are just making jokes about tips. What we like to do is have a lot of bits and inside jokes circling around. And then if you hang out and watch the stream all the time, guess what? You get all the jokes. To consider that a free perk. Yeah, Bit City. That's right. Speaking of bits, yeah, if anybody missed it, I have to learn and trade an ICT concept by next week. I'm going to do it on one of my own shows so I can show the whole screen. I have a feeling that I'm going to use Trading View also to help me out. Because as soon as I put this bit on the internet, a very nice person named T Trades reached out to me and said, hey, here's a bunch of stuff to teach you an ICT model. And so I'm very lucky to have that to work off of. So I'm going to be working on that all day today, actually. Yeah, T Trades. What a nice dude. Hey Ram, yeah, so far the things that are telling there are several things that are telling me that this is it is a balanced day right now. At the moment. And the way I look at volume profile, again, I say this every day, I think, but just in case anybody's new, I view the market as a dark room that, at 9:30, it's pitch black and they slowly turn the lights on. And then by the time you're at the end of the day, you know what was going to happen. The things that are telling me it's going to be a balanced day for now, and it can always change. There can be like 3-4 day types within a day. You never know. Wow, yes, doing a little push there. Good for you. Boy, that guy at 07 wants all the smoke. Anyway, we are holding inside of the bands, and the bands are flat as a pancake. Nobody's sloping. Nobody's doing anything. Both bands chilling. Also, if you look at the profile, when you're getting a trend day or like a double distribution day or anything outside of a Gaussian balance day, you'll see price when it pushes up, it's also building additional nodes. But there was a little bit here at 340, a little tiny guy at 345. But when I was watching this, which let's look at it on paper, this is trend. And I was buying it because just because we're not building volume doesn't mean the price still can't go up to a target. But we're hanging out in the band. The band is beginning to slope up. So here, those are our trend clues. We're like, okay, possibly trending. We got outside of that band, but the volume profile, we didn't build anything up here meaningful at all. And we just coasted right back down off of it. So it was just like a little ramp and then came back down like a half pipe. So now I'm watching for this spot to reject, also, but ES is doing different things. So maybe we're looking at a day type change. Never know. But that's the stuff that is pointing the direction for me as far as the whole day goes right now. Now, as far as the leg that we're in, we have a VWAP here anchored at the low. This is the delta volume profile of this current leg. So as we zoom in to focus on just a piece of the market, this is a bullish leg for now. So another thing that would make me feel like this is going to stay a balanced day is if this VWAP fails or starts to flatten out. So if we zoom into the leg and then that leg also becomes a balanced leg, then that's more clues for me that we're looking at balanced day. Big noise. Let's put this in at 10. Okay. Oh, I can't tell you how excited I am to learn a new thing. It's going to be so cool. Hey, Michael, I am using volume-based bars. Yeah, Ziosk. I don't know how to say your name. You said so possible short. If you're playing a range day, you have to think about a couple things. Number one, it's only a range day until it's not anymore. Same with the trend day. You have to be willing to let the idea of the day type change and go into different day types. So have that pivot in your mind, right? Be able to pivot if we're going to change day types. But yeah, typically on a balanced day, you can make money fading the edges. And if you look at this volume profile, if you look at these VWAP bands, if you look at everything, including like we're at the top of the 30-second opening range, but we've spent most of the day inside of it, which is it's like 220 to 260. And I mean, if you go back here, look at all this. We're just churning it. Another sign of a balanced day is not getting that opening drive off the jump. My guy Jim would tell me this is price happiness, possibly the happiest price to ever exist. Yeah, ES fell out of its band there. Cool. But yeah, so this was a possible short. I don't like to short. I just don't like to do it. And ES was pretty strong up here, so I left this alone. But yeah, this is a good short. And then this would be your first target here, back at the point of control. And then other side of value somewhere down here, for your second target if this is just going to ping around all day before it picks a direction. And it does make sense for us to consolidate a little bit. We've moved quite a bit. So now, the market's trying to figure out if this is fair down here, which is often a two-way situation. Yeah, flat here, we would need to break overnight high. And the likelihood that we break the low and the high is an improbable enough stat that also gives me pause that we're not going to be breaking the IB high as part of that stat. So it's just a way to, I don't like stats. I keep a couple of them around just as a way to manage my expectations on the day. Because you also have to constantly be thinking about, like how much meat is on the bone here for this? Like, how do I risk X? What am I going to, be able to get out of that? I mean, gets a 200-point range day. That's pretty nice. So we could just fade the edges all day and bank, which would be good. Oh, nil. I used to have that. Specifically, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was an awesome text-based adventure computer game. So hard. Those things were so hard. But yeah, I played those like crazy when I was a little kid. You're just like 100% imagination. It's yeah, those were cool. That's right. That's right, Fly here. 42, baby. Life, the universe, and everything. SL, these two vertical indicators are a delta volume profile. That's this red and blue guy. And then this is just a volume profile in general. So this is all volume that's been traded. And this is this delta is set to reset every 60-point rotation. So right now it's only showing the delta from this leg where this VWAP is anchored. So for it to reset, we'd have to get to down here to the 230s, and then it'll reset and show that rotation if it gets low enough. And I mean, the way that you use them is, you know, it's all situational based. Like right now, I'm using the volume profile in conjunction with a couple other things to tell me that at the moment, this is a balanced day. So it's more about day types. Like, are we pushing and building? Where are, you know, where's price being respected? Where is it rejecting? Stuff like that. Yeah, Chubby Panda. This, I mean, just shorten these 300s is the spot where I would go, like where this guy came in, got rewarded. But I don't necessarily like to do that. What for a balanced day? I'm not trying to pick both sides and hit both of them. I just play the long side because that's easier for me. Yeah. I don't never short continue forever. Actually had some very good shorts on Tuesday. It's just not, I don't like to play both sides on a balanced day. It's not productive for me. I just pick one. Yeah, sure, I do. I can show you that. Indicators. Got. Yep, there you go. I don't know if you can see this, but that's it. The way I said it is you go to profile duration, current swing leg, and then you can type in any number here you want. This will change to any rotation that suits your style. I like 60 for current market conditions, but you can totally change that if you want to. And then I compress to 9 ticks. You can figure out where to place it. Yeah, all that stuff. So here it is. If you need, just come back to this and take a screenshot. You can plug it into your own. Hey, welcome back, Nick. Mm-hmm. Nice little balance on ES2 today. All right. Pressing this 214 guy again. Overnight low. Just hawking this. Other thing helps me on a balanced day is you really got to wait. Be on the right side of the V, important on a balanced day. Because as we compress this range more and more and more, price could leave it also. So, and you don't want to be, you don't want to have that balanced day program in your brain as price decides that it's going to fire out in another direction. So we do have a little lower. This taper is a little nicer down here. But like I said, this 314, this 214, I'm sorry, 23, 214. Someone's been doing some biz down here for sure. So we wait. 5 minutes till the noon turn. We're done with all our news today. That's good. Continue forever. Could I explain that? So you pick a long or short trend in a day. No, I don't. So on a balanced day, you can trade the edges as they revert back to the middle being the point of control, which is, on days like today, it's the middle of a Gaussian distribution. I just like to trade one side of that. I don't like to trade both sides. There's plenty of money on just one side. Hey Jim, what's up, dude?
Getting frustrated.
What's wrong?
Tracy's trying to help me update my 1990s era Windows desktop.
Cool. How's it going?
Nothing works
not
for
good.
me.
Now, if we could break this IB, that would knock that stat out, and then we would really have.
On that note, I went to our friends at Edgeful, and there's a 2.45% chance that we don't break out. I mean, that seems kind of small.
Yeah, it's quite small for sure. This is that's a stat that I hold very close to my heart because it's, I don't know. I feel like I check off that and like two other things. Overnight high and low also. Another good one. Yes, at its previous week low here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So overnight low. So do you count it? Do you wait for after the IB to count that overnight low or no?
Nah, just whenever it takes it out.
Okay.
Whole day.
Gotcha. So 71.78% of a single break, and I'm just measuring it. We just need a wick. We need one tick to get that.
Yep.
And that would be super, super sweet.
Yikes. Look at that. Look at that buyer.
Yeah.
Partying.
So wait, could that buyer be angry or he's partying? What's the right terminology here?
You can be angry at the party if you want.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see. Need back in this overnight low though. I might have aped into that a little quick.
Aped into it?
Let's see. Yeah, I just tend to slap the ask if I see that initiation like that. It's coming back on me though.
All right, we're gonna stick with you for a second. I'm gonna show.
That's all right. I'm getting stopped.
No.
Let's see. 200 is trying it. Need back above 208. Come on, baby. What you doing? Um, 2 minutes to the turn.
We'll hang tight with you.
Okay.
I'm just going to show one minor idea. It'll take
No, go
10
ahead.
seconds. No. Let's stick with you. See what we get here. Mission control.
Okay.
We're going to go a minute overtime.
They moved the point of control to down here now at 89. That's interesting. Nah, I hate it. Which is sometimes a good thing, Jim.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's good to hate this trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've come down and smacked this 200 spot now a couple times.
I mean, as long as it's red, it's hateable.
Yes, it's true.
Totally hateable.
Yeah, red team showing up there. I don't necessarily believe him. Yeah. If this stop loss survives, I will be truly saved by the bell here. There's no way.
Nope. I can't take it anymore. It's not even my trade.
Hold on. There's some offer advertising up there. They're flashing.
Come on.
It's a pretty big node here at 195. Yeah, this passive seller following it down too.
There we are.
What are you doing?
Oh, man.
What are you doing?
That never works, by the way.
Oh, talking to the Dom?
Yeah.
Well, my cat will turn around all the time and be like, what?
Oh. All right, my friend.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to grab the screen. We're going to
Do
keep
it.
our...
We're stopped.
There
Sorry.
you go. All right. Sorry.
All good. We're good, Jim.
All
I'll
right.
see you later this afternoon, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate you, Stowe.
All right, peace. Bye,
One last
chat.
thing. One last thing I wanted to just show. I was thinking, and chat, if you think if this is just a stretch, I get it. It could be a stretch, but tomorrow's kind of like an FOMC day, right? With your pal talking. If I got my dates right, it's tomorrow. Giving a big anticipated speech, just like at an FOMC meeting. So I just went into Edgeful, and I was like, all right, there's an FOMC report on Edgeful. And I pulled it up and I went all the way back for this calendar year. Remember, this calendar year, there's been no rate cuts, no rate hikes, no nothing, steady Freddy. So that's where we're at in reality. And I pulled it up. And so it shows a couple of different things, right? And I have it set for what happens the day before an FOMC, what happens at the FOMC. And again, this might be a stretch, but I'm going to throw it out there. And what happens this trading session after. Well, the day before rather, is on average, based on all the meetings that we've had so far this year, minus 0.45%. Tomorrow, if we consider tomorrow an FOMCD, which I know is a stretch, positive 0.53% day, green day. And then would be Monday would be a minus 0.45% day. So I just wanted to show that. Again, this is a stat wonderful website, by the way, and you could customize all your stats however you want. So I would not be shy to go to edgeful.com and check it out if you get the chance. All right, having said all that, we are done with this morning's session. We had some great guests, contributors, traders, a fantastic time. Great participation in the chat. Thank you for being part of our community. We really appreciate that. We appreciate the thumbs up. We appreciate the subscriptions and everything you guys bring to us to make this really a really nice family here. So thank you so much. We will be back this afternoon, 2:30 East Coast time. Me and Shai are going to start off with the hot commodities report, and then we're going to be trading the close. So in the meantime, relax, have a nice lunch. Hopefully, we will see you again, 2:30 East Coast time this afternoon. Thank you for being here.